Probably a good idea for me to stream before the audio starts flying.
This is true. Actually, I should probably do the same so I don't hear us.
Okay, it was on his end. Okay.
Oh, that makes me feel better then.
I was gonna say,
awesome.
I've never had that happen before, as long as I didn't have the stream open. Alright, it sounds like we're live.
Yep. I hear it. Sounds good.
Alright, just a second then.
In the meantime, welcome chat. This is going to be a run of episode 1's all the missions, including all the areas. And if you're wondering why there's no episode 2 doesn't have any missions. So it's just really beat the game with all the missions done and watch the credits. Which is doable in episode 1. Yeah, this is going to be a really fun run. You're gonna see a lot of magic spam. Like, a lot of magic spam. Because magic.
Yep. Alright, I am AKD, or known as AKDylie, and I'm joined by Carl Bobadine.
Hello.
And we're gonna run through 5.5 hours of Journey on Rigol.
A very intricate story, woven with details hidden beneath the flesh.
Alright, the way this
and the missions.
Yep, sorry.
Sorry.
The way this is gonna work is we're gonna start time as soon as I start character creation, and then go until I go into the ending teleporter. So I'll count it down. 3, 2. Wait, hold on. I wasn't actually ready. See.
Come on, man. We practiced this.
Totally. Alright. I'll say start when it starts because it's got a little bit of capture delay. Actually, no, it should be fine. Forget it. Like, yeah, the audio should be adjusted. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off. Now to one of the most important parts of the game, the character creation. You see, in character creation, what we can do is customize the character to look exactly how we want it to be, which is probably not going to be very much.
Not at all. Yep. Okay, wait, hold on. We're gonna do a quick reset because I picked the wrong number because I was in 90% glitch mode.
Right, so the name of the character actually changes what the section ID is, and there's like 10 section IDs, and each one gives you a different drop chart, basically. Each one has its own individual drops. Some of them are good for certain items, and other ones are not good for certain items. We're just going for a, I believe you're just going for Redria, which is pretty standard, or is it Redria or Orin?
It's Redria.
I do Orin, you're Redria, yeah. Redria is good for like finding armors and stuff, which isn't really that important in a run, but
yeah, for all missions it doesn't make that much difference.
Yeah.
But Redria, like, if you're gonna pick one, you might as well pick that one because you'll get not only like more slots in your armors, but you'll get better units. So like a better chance of getting like a General Mind, and the Narlilies drop Angel Mind, so you can get increased damage.
Yeah. And the off chance that we do find a rare enemy, it's very nice to have an ID that gives you something you want to use. Of course, you probably, most people probably have never rather, I'm sure a lot of people have. I didn't know this when I was starting to do like runs and whatnot. Changing the message speed to very fast actually increases the rate at which you can mash through text and dialogue. Saves quite a bit of time in a long run. Heck, it saves quite a bit of time in a short run, even though there's like 3 boxes you gotta click through.
Yeah, it also lets you like just hold down on a control stick to make sure you pick the top or the bottom option, which is important in a few places. Yep, phoneme nukes tracks, indeed.
There has been plenty of strategizing around this, and being able to nuke things seems to be the greatest way to do it. When everything dies to a giant ball of fire, or a giant explosion of fire.
Alright, our first challenge is to get Krieg to not get stuck on this Booma here. This is already a bad position for him, but... Oh, he snuck away. Perfect.
Awesome, good start. So Krieg, some people may have noticed he wields a giant scythe. This is the one time you'll probably see it during this run, as we will not be seeing him again. So actually, there are certain missions with NPCs, and
that one snuck
a lot
around.
of those NPCs, a lot of these NPCs just end up either not being helpful, or you have to manipulate them in such a way that they do work.
This is a pretty
We're
bad...
just seeing a lot of that, especially in the later missions.
Alright, that could have been worse, but... The Mothman snuck up behind me, or snuck up behind Krieg, so I took a hit. And then Krieg started going after Mothman, so I tried to clear this out as fast as possible so that he can go for the Mo Nest, but I did end up taking out most of it myself.
What system is this on? This is on Nintendo GameCube.
So we don't see Krieg again because Krieg is only an optional objective in other missions.
Yeah, the Soul Leader side quest to obtain the Soul Leader is optional. It's not mandatory, it's not in the list of quests that we deem required to do this category. As well as the Ragorwood side quest, which requires you to go to episode 2, isn't possible offline, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, for those wondering, this game does have many variations. There's the version we're playing on, version 3, which is GameCube. The Dreamcast itself has 2 different versions, version 1 and version 2, which is, there's a big difference between them. It's basically major patches, including a bunch of quality of life things in version 2, as well as a PC port for version 2. And then there's the version 4 of the game, which is called Blue Burst, which was a Japanese exclusive online only for PC.
Right.
But
here
there's many ways to play it.
Here I'm going to divide up work with Krieg for the wolves, because there's going to be a bunch that spawn. We try to take 2 each. There we go, 2 there, and then 4 here.
It was just pointed out in chat that episode 1 and 2 plus is thing, and yes, while it is technically possible to play all the quests offline, this isn't plus. This is just standard episode 1 and 2. Not everyone has good access to be able to get the plus version of the game, considering how expensive these games tend to get. So we've limited it to just the base game. It's more accessible.
Creek. What are you doing? Alright, you took out that Boomo, good, so I should be able to skip some dialogue here. Oh, I was just a little bit too far away. That's okay. So yeah, mostly I'm corralling Creek to hit things where I want him to. Generally tries to follow you, but sometimes he can be very uncooperative. Alright, so we're rescuing that guy on the floor over there, but first we have to get the much more important data that he was collecting.
Yes. First and foremost, complete your objective, then save the people.
Rest level 1, huh? Not bad.
Great, now you can heal yourself.
It actually kind of becomes relevant sometimes, although rest to level 3 will be much better. So why Phonom instead of any other force? Phonom gets a bonus to like every nuke that hits multiple characters.
Yeah, forces, each one has their own boosts. In version 3 and version 4 at least, they get a boost to certain techniques. The Phonom specific a 30% damage boost to the Gi and the Ra techniques, which are the nuke techniques.
I'm gonna go ahead and actually spy out monoflutes. We can start feeding the Meg, get a small damage boost.
Yes, if anyone's curious. So if you look at the top left of the screen, you can see a tracker. Right now we only have Foe, and we'll have Bardo listed on it in a short amount of time, as we just bought one. But the techniques we'll be probably looking out for the most are probably Gizande, Gifoe, and then the Ra techniques. Those don't come into play till later, though.
Alright, so now we're on around a little bit, and we have to go find this guy's father, who's also values the valuables of Urgul more than his own life. So I guess we're in good company here.
Obviously, a businessman must pay attention to his business first. No, not all forces get heal and support range boost at all. The only ones that get those are the females. The rest of the range is shared between the Fomarl and the Fonoral, and the shifted D-band range is just the Fomarl, to my knowledge. As well as Fomar also gets a damage boost to grants, as well as the Fomarl. Fomarl gets a 50% damage boost to grants, whereas a Fomar only gets 30%. Still a boost, though.
Gifoe's kind of busted. Agreed.
Although while it's busted, it does leave you kind of vulnerable if you're not strong enough to kill things in 1 or 2 hits, or you don't have time to cast it a whole bunch. Definitely dusted, though. So
apparently this guy's got a better eye for his stuff than we do, because we actually just like walked right over it. We have to go back and find this first capsule that he's looking for.
To be fair, we didn't know he was going to ask us to pick up his capsules. We were just going to save his life.
Yeah, I wonder if they're either really small or they're just like there's just a ton of junk on the ground and you like ignore most of it.
That could be. I mean, look at the boxes. They drop a bunch of stuff left by military or civilization somehow.
That green box is tempting. I think I'll leave it.
Come on, man, that could have been Gifoe.
Could have been a tailpipe.
Oh, that would have been better. I should explain that what I said was a joke. Gifoe doesn't drop until you get to the caves boxes. Each area has a limit to the rarity of items you can get, and the Gitex don't start dropping till caves. which technically, after the dragon fight, the boxes in his room, in the boss room, are Caves 1 boxes, making it completely possible to get the Gi spells, which would be nice. Ifoi or Gizande would definitely speed up things quite a bit.
Yeah, and that's going to be like what determines whether this takes like 5 hours, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or 40 minutes. Is whether we get the good techniques faster or slower.
Any other classes viable for glitches? Technically, all classes are viable. It's just each one... The fastest one is Phonome, by far, just because his damage bonus to his nukes. AoE is like the thing that speeds you up the most in these runs, because you're going to be fighting way more waves of enemies than anything else. Technically, a hunter wouldn't be that far off if you can get an early sword in the caves. Or a ranger could be viable as well for at least mob clearing if you get a good handgun or rifle. A dim or a heat, or if you get lucky enough, a fire weapon. Elemental weapons are incredibly damaging early game and very necessary for a ranger. Rangers have no standard attack power, so if they were trying to kill a boss without any special elemental weapons, then you're just going to take quite a long time assuming you survive.
So part of what I was doing before was, in battle training, is make sure I take things that Krieg was going to kill anyway to get a little bit extra experience, and that guarantees I'll level up. As long as I don't miss this Foy. Gotta be a little careful. I'll level up without having to use another amount of fluid right here. Oh. Okay, now I gotta actually hit that Buma. There we go.
Shots do not show up until the ruins, actually, in version 3. I believe they show up as early as Mines 2 in the Dreamcast versions, but if it does show up that early, you probably won't be able to equip it as a ranger. A shot has a pretty high ATA requirement.
Yeah, in the glitch speedrun, you generally don't get a chance to equip it until about Runes 2. Just based on like your level. And your mag.
At level 11, you need to feed your mag for 2 or 3 decks to be able to equip it. Which, in a glitched run, a shot is kind of what you're looking for. Because the run is done with a ranger. Because in glitches, you can stack weapons to give yourself a ton of damage. So it's not really that important which class you play with. Just better to have one that can shoot at range, so ranger is prioritized.
No Zond. That's unfortunate. It's not a big deal, though. Just a little bit slower. So we don't even have to talk to the quest giver to finish that quest. It's one of 2 quests that has that kind of unique trait.
I just think they just forgot to include that.
Yeah, it was probably just a lazy, like, oh, you're collected 3 capsules, you're done. Or maybe, like, as soon as he goes back to Trainer 2, that's the trigger or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's what it is for sure. But like, if you still talk to the guy for him to tell you go get your money at the quest counter, it still does the jingle. So I just think they forgot to include a trigger talking to that guy.
Yeah, so this quest is pretty short, and you'll see why in just a minute.
This is the quest where we first get to meet Eleanor, one of the important characters for the side quests, assuming you do them. She'll be showing up again later in the stories.
Yeah, we actually see a good amount of Eleanor during the run. And as far as companion NPCs go, she's pretty good.
Yeah, she's no Keyreek though.
Yeah, you can't have Krieg every time.
I know. Honestly, I think I'd prefer Bernie.
Bernie's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, he has the knack.
I checked that green box out of greed, but it's just anti-paralysis.
Hey, at least you won't need to buy one for the caves now.
I don't know if I've ever intentionally bought one in all missions, because usually just things die faster than you would ever have to worry about getting paralyzed.
True. getting paralyzed by a Lily in normal mode. I honestly don't think I can remember the last time I got paralyzed by a Lily in normal mode. They just die so quickly. Oh no, wait, it probably got paralyzed once or twice being a force, standing too close and not properly managing my TP.
Alright, so short burst of combat, and we're like on a mission to go find some missing mags. Again, you know, more merchandise.
Yeah, because we're a corporate show. Gotta make a living somehow, right? So an interesting thing, you can put a telepipe right in front of an NPC, and it'll prioritize talking to the NPC, so you don't have to worry about accidentally taking it before talking to them.
But that's only the first
really
time.
Easy.
That's only the first time you talk to them, though. So if I picked the wrong dialogue option, I would have been in some trouble.
Really? I've picked the wrong dialogue option plenty of times, and standing in the teleporter, I still end up talking to Eleanor first. Like
you could be right. I feel like I've had bad experiences though.
Yeah. Just in my experience doing that, it will not let you telepipe unless you purposely walk out of target range. Anyway, that's close to the end of the first quest. You just kind of, walk through Pioneer 2 to the beginning of the forest. You don't even need to go through any of the rest of the quest. That quest is fun if you actually go through, because Eleanor teaches you a lot of things about your mag, about feeding your mag. That's basically a tutorial quest to show you or tell you how to increase your stats a bit. It's not very straightforward. When I was a kid and I did this mission first, I remember Eleanor saying, "Your mag is hungry." I looked at the mag, I was like, how?
Yeah, it's like it's not time to feed it yet. I thought it was like, oh, maybe it's like triggered based on when you last fed it. No, the game's not that smart.
Yeah. But yeah, as a kid, I didn't know you could feed mags even after I did that quest. I usually end up selling the mag because Dreamcast version, you can sell your mags.
Yeah, and that's... I don't know if I've made that mistake in a run yet, but it's scary.
I haven't. I've had the good fortune of not making that mistake in a Dreamcast run, but I'm sure there'll be a day when I do.
Alright, so now we're doing a little bit more, we'll say, noble work. Doing some journalism instead of flagrant exploitation of Wriggle's resources. We're gonna go actually start solving the mystery of, you know, what happened to Pioneer 1, the people that came to this planet before our heroes.
Oh, right. For anyone that doesn't know the story, the planet, as Pioneer 2, the spaceship in the sky that we start on, as it was coming to the planet, there was a huge explosion, and Pioneer 2 lost contact with everyone on Pioneer 1, the civilization on the planet. So, basically the story is you're just going down to find out what happened, and the side quests dig a little deeper into this stuff with their own little stories attached to them. And this quest specifically, Noel, freelance journalist, really wants to find out what happened because no one has a clue and the government seems to be hiding stuff. So journalists do what journalists do best. They put their nose too far into it.
They put their nose too far into it?
Yes, they put their nose too far into it.
Should probably equip that barrier.
Would not be a bad idea. Good drop though, right?
It's pretty good. You need one eventually. I don't think I've ever had like one not drop in an all missions run before it actually was necessary. Alright, so unfortunately the AI is pretty stupid and she's caught between two Gigaboomas over there, but she should be fine.
Oh yeah, she's just meeting the wildlife. Oh, why we're casting barehanded. Right, so this is a little thing. Each gender has its own casting speed thing for some reason. Males cast faster unarmed, and this applies to all males that can cast techniques. Humars, Ramars, Phonooms, Fomars. And then females cast faster with a wand equipped, for whatever reason. So, it's a neat little thing. I don't exactly remember how much faster it is casting. A couple frames, if I recall correctly.
Several frames even.
Several is more than a couple.
So yeah, even though she's getting wrecked over there, she's gonna warp with us once we go to Forest 2.
Yeah, the reason we're not worried about her dying is because NPCs have a tendency to heal at the last second. The only way they can actually like die is if they get crit while at low health and they get taken below 0-ish.
Hasn't happened in a run yet. One of these days, I'm sure.
I've had it happen in a later mission with different NPCs, but it was Eleanor and Montague. And they just kind of stood in front of a bringer. We'll be seeing that later.
This is a little awkward.
Getting a little personal there.
Oh, that was almost the end of combat. We have enough TP to finish this with another amount of fluid, so I'm happy there. Yeah, Fomar and Fonum actually have the same like casting animation.
Technically, all males have the same casting animation. I don't know if it matters if it's a force or not, but Humar and Ramar still have the same casting animation unarmed.
As far as I know, Humor is the same.
That would make sense. Alright, I suppose it'd be nice to mention the quick menu. You see him dipping in and out of it every once in a while. Sometimes casting without it, sometimes casting with it. You can buffer your inputs or buffer your techniques with the quick menu. So in the middle of casting one, you can instantly cast another one the fastest possible, first frame possible. So it's just good to weave that in and out, save a couple frames here and there. It adds up over time.
Alright, well, we found the truth, and the truth is she couldn't handle the truth.
He's not really a journalist. Journalists would keep digging. Oh, it does work from the main menu, it's just unnecessary. It's just easier to use the quick menu because then you can do other things outside of it. With a quick menu open, you can still like turn the camera and whatnot. If you have the main menu open in techniques, you can't turn the camera at all, so you have to just know where you're aiming at that point. It's just nicer to see what you're aiming at.
Yeah, I actually saved some time on that quest.
Nice.
I'm actually not doing too bad compared to PP right now, but I should be doing better because my PP is really unoptimized.
Always unoptimized, never super optimized. Ooh, everyone's favorite quest. Time for some rappies.
Yeah, this is actually like potentially the first reset point, although I don't think I've ever had that happen either, where you really want to have Barda at this point. And you'll see why in a second, because it is super efficient. And the quest is pretty much designed for you to use it.
Pretty much. It's a nice quest, honestly. Specific enemies making it easier to look for what you're looking for if you want to go for a rare mob. And a guy in a fake rappy suit that we don't know about until they tell us.
Oh.
Also, fun fact, rappies are an invasive species. Apparently they're terrestrial in origin. So these rappies that are dropping into the forest are literally aliens and invading the planet.
So you saw the first of many today where I accidentally targeted a box instead of what I was actually trying to hit. It was pretty sloppy on my part, but boxes have a tendency to like take priority with the auto-targeting system.
Yeah, if a box is on screen and you have a weapon or a technique that can target a box or an enemy, it will go for the box first, regardless of the enemy's position most of the time. It's more of a nuisance at higher level techs, but we won't get there in this run. We'll be pretty low level techs the whole way through.
I'm missing my Barda lines. It's embarrassing. If I hit all 3 at once, I'd be saving time.
Oof. Yeah.
Oh, that guy like moved early. That was annoying. Alright, this next room is a little sketchy.
Oof.
I've gotten trapped here once in practice. Let's not get that today.
Yeah, in this room, I don't trust myself with a force to not take a bunch of hits. I'm just so worried about them just closing on you and pecking you to death.
Alright, I got out with forecast. That's pretty good. But yeah, that's the power of Barda. If you had to cast individual fireballs on each of them, it really slows things down. And there's more coming up. Could have been a little bit closer.
Yeah, unfortunately, or rather fortunately, we didn't see a rare Rappy so far. Or any rare enemy for that matter.
Yeah, the rare ones give you more experience, which is good for some things, but for the most part, you'd rather not see it because it slows things down. Because it takes longer to kill.
Yeah, rare enemies have more health and just more stats in general most of the time. There is like 1 or 2 exceptions. Hilda Blue, which is a giant bear enemy, compared to a Hilda Bear, we'll be seeing shortly. You can technically kill them in the same amount of casts, but it does take a bit more resources because fire costs more than ice to cast. Barda costs less than Foe.
Yep. And so this is the other quest where you don't have to talk to the quest giver. So we just turn it in. We've also been... I routed the shops such that I don't have to do shopping after that quest. And with the level up I got mid-quest, I still have most of my mana fluids.
What are the odds of getting a rare enemy? 1 in 512. And then on top of that, if you want to get into technical and very theoretically mind-numbingly maddening farming strats, there are some enemies that have stupid rare items for being rare enemies. Like 1 in 200 off of 1 in 512 enemy. Those are not fun to look for. We won't be doing any of that in these runs.
Now if these spawns look familiar, there is a reason for that. There is a lot of copy-paste in this game.
Yeah, the maps for the missions are literally just copy and paste from the normal clearing of the maps. Just
almost always,
some
yeah.
of the... Yeah, they just modified the number of enemies that spawn, or modified the enemy counts and whatnot.
So that's why Zonda's nice for hitting the wolves that tend to bounce around. Otherwise it doesn't play a huge role in this category anyway.
It lets you hit boxes easier.
That is true. That Buma took a weird angle. Alright, so you know what the number one thing not to forget right now is? Bernie.
Yes, we need to get Bernie. He's a very special ranger because he will allow us, or rather, it's easy to say that he is the key to unlocking the progress in this quest.
And I definitely have just, like, gone on without him as recently as, say, last week. So, don't do that.
It's very easy to forget him because while he is very memorable, you just kind of get lost in doing quests over and over, and sometimes it just slips your mind. I've done that a couple times.
Yeah, because like in Magnitude Metal, because it's a copy-paste, for the enemies you would just take a right immediately instead of going back there.
Yeah. Yes, he has the knack. Oh yeah, the quest could take way, way longer without him, because if you don't get him, you can't beat the quest at all, unless you glitch through the door and progress through the game without him, leading you to the final point of the mission where you still need to backtrack and get Bernie because he is the trigger to completing the quest.
But even if that weren't true, you still want to have him because he does so much damage.
Yeah. NPCs in normal mode just do like a stupid amount of damage. I mean, you saw Kirik, he was one-shotting enemies, almost doing 100 damage with normal swings. And then you see Bernie, he's just a level 16 ranger with a weapon that you can't possibly legitimately equip at level 16 with a ranger.
I'm sure he's got like 4 god arms. Oh,
Fair enough.
You're supposed to go for the Rappy. Come on.
I've hardly ever actually dabbled in like downloading quests and playing them offline. There are a handful of quests. Anyone who's dabbled with the private servers online for GameCube knows about them. One person in particular that plays this game quite a bit, who should eventually be coming back, has a bunch of downloaded quests, and it's just fun to watch him go into the wrong episode sometimes. Trying to look for this 1 in 200,000 drop when he can't get it.
It's always that Goo movement that he has trouble with over there, but again,
he was trying to cast Gifoi, he was trying to be helpful, because it's time to take you down.
well, he didn't succeed, but it's okay. We got it. I should probably move in a little bit.
Doing work.
Hey, slotted frame.
Nice.
Want as many of those as possible, although none are strictly necessary in this category, but the more things you get, the more units you can plug in to boost your damage.
Yeah, if you were doing like a glitchless any % run, you'd need a frame with minimum, I believe, is 2 if you get lucky with a material drop.
Unless you get a Dragon HP, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't count on that because finding a rare lily with like right color ID, if you're randomizing your ID, not fun odds.
Nope. Although when I play Phono World, that's pretty much all I bank on anymore, because otherwise you need to get 4 slots or 3 slots and a bunch of materials.
Getting 4 slots is even harder to get than a rare enemy in my opinion. I've never actually gotten a 4-slot frame in beginning of normal mode. I've gotten 3 slots plenty of times, but no 4 slot.
Uh-oh, was the category not right? Oh, they'll fix it.
Category is still listed on Terra yet. Don't worry, we all know what we're playing. I mean, if you don't, I can tell you again, this is Phantasy Star Online, episode 1 and 2 from the Nintendo GameCube.
Oh. I trusted you, Bernie.
Oh, did he cast magic?
Yeah.
Ow.
And then like spawned an extra Mothman. I don't think it probably didn't actually cost time, but yeah.
So yeah, this is Bernie's like the first NPC, I guess, that it's kind of RNG what he does, since he has access to techniques. So he can either shoot his gun and one-shot most things, or he can cast Foe and do no damage. While looking stylish and cool and saying cool catchphrase. It's time to take you down. With his level 2 Foe. He's been casting a lot of Foe this run, huh?
Yeah. That's alright.
Section ID we're running with is Redria. There were the Hilda Bears. Build-A-Bears are actually kind of nice to... We get a bunch of them to actually farm. And the reason I think they're nice to farm is you get Trimates, which are fairly expensive early game. You can sell them for a lot of money if you run out.
When he got
But
stuck.
this category... Oh, he got stuck for sure.
I've never seen him get stuck there.
You've hugged the wall just a little too closely. He's just shy.
Fortunately, he doesn't need to be here to finish the quest.
Alright, yes, this quest, we're looking for the pleasure boat, if no one caught that before. And, well, the pleasure boat is lying on the ground. We just left the pleasure boat with Bernie. He's trustworthy. The guy says so.
And another happy ending with definitely no government conspiracies.
Definitely. Nope. We're just getting paid to do a job and make everyone's lives a little bit better. And now we're beginning native research, where we unfortunately have to put down a bunch of creatures in order to gather data on them, instead of just, you know, studying them from a distance with a camera.
Yeah, like how she says at the beginning, like, I can't tell you what lab I'm from, so apparently there's like some liability issues and she doesn't want to get tangled up in that.
True. I believe she also says that she doesn't like hurting animals, and then here you are, just collecting data
Well,
for her.
she didn't... Does she know that you're doing that, or...?
Yeah, she tells you to. I don't like hurting animals, but you gotta do this in order for us to get the data. It's been a while since I actually read her text, but she definitely feels bad for having you going out and just blowing these things up. PSO has higher res textures than PSU? Dang. I never would have guessed that. That makes sense, though.
So you can kind of do the quests in any order, but I do this one a little bit later because my mag's now fit enough that I can do one cast of Foy and one cast of Bardo to take out Pumas.
And that saves 1 TP, which, over the course of a long period, saves a little bit of hassle.
Even more important is that it allowed me to line them up to save myself casting an entire technique there, because I could hit 2 things with 1 Bardo.
So for this mission, there's actually a lot of rooms you can go into, and you only need to kill 1 room of each specific monster. And the route we're taking is the fastest with the most rappies. But for the most part, this mission, the rooms are pretty open, and you're just allowed to go wherever you want if you wanted. There are definitely some rooms that are just faster than the other. The first room in Forest 1, we killed all those Boomas in. They only have Boomas, whereas every other room with Boomas have Go Boomas and Giga Boomas, which end up taking longer to kill in the end.
Did things slightly out of order, so I had to wait a little bit there, but not too bad. Because there's like 3 or 4 waves of Rappies there. Also, a good thing not to forget is the moat nest right here. You don't usually duck into this room right here.
Yes, the Monist. I've gone through and fully cleared this mission. I think the only other Monist spawned is in Forest 1, but it has like 3 waves and like 6 Monists. So this one's definitely faster, just the single one,
Yeah,
rather than having to kill 6.
If you do the other one, not only do you have to deal with there being so many Monests, but they like have a long time in between each one spawning because the I think like officially takes 5 seconds maybe after like they appear to be dead for them to actually register as dead.
Yeah. The Monest, when you see it die, it starts like bursting into flames, and then it slowly sinks into the ground. Until it's completely gone from sight, it's not considered dead. That's why you see the data for the Monest be collected right in front of those Boomas that almost smacked us around.
No try, mate.
Ooh, try.
No try.
Oh. No, mate. You didn't drop anything, huh?
But we got all the 5 monster types, so we're done.
Hooray, science!
Random gold. Cool.
You even talked to her twice, nice.
No counting. Alright, now we got a follow-up to that quest, Forest of Sorrow, where she just couldn't believe the data we got, so now we're gonna go murder more monsters to get even more data.
Yeah. Oh wait, now I think about it, I think in Forest of Sorrow is the one where she says, I don't like hurting monsters, but I'll do what I must.
Do what you must because you can.
Yeah, right before I saw it briefly as you were mashing through the text. She's like, I don't want to hurt them, but if I have to, I will. So she definitely doesn't want to hurt the monsters.
But she'll
animals.
gladly hire someone else to do it.
Oh yeah. I mean that's how all jobs work, right? You just hire someone else to get their hands dirty for you.
So Forest 1 is pretty much a copy-paste of last quest, but then Forest 2 is changed up. But we don't actually have to fight anything, we can just go straight forward.
Technically the maps are identical, just the pathing is different for Forest 2. Oh, and the enemy spawns are a bit different because unique quests, I guess.
Yeah, there's only so many like actual physical maps, PSO changes things up by putting different triggers and monsters and stored patterns in them.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, Forest 1 and Forest 2 have 5 different maps that can be used. And then every other map has 6.
But offline it's only like 3 for what's used in Forest and Caves, I think.
Yeah, Forest and Cave only uses 3 per thing, so Forest 1 has 3, Forest 2 has 3, Caves 1, 2, and 3 each get 3 different maps, and then you get to Mines and Ruins, and you get all 6 maps in a rotation, or randomly, I guess, not rotation.
So I'm trying to go for these wolves here, because that's the actual main wave to go for.
I believe this is the first time you actually get to see waves of enemies. So there are certain waves in a lot of rooms later on where we're going to be trying to kill what spawns and what clears the room, and then just leave the filler enemies alone because they're unnecessary.
Oh, random Gepardum. Get out of there, Alicia. Good.
Ooh, that was nice. So I am watching a bit on a delay, so I might react a little late.
Good Hildebear line here for me. Too bad Alicia wasn't here. 2 Tremites, okay, I'll take that.
So Alicia is actually the first Force NPC that we get, and if you notice anything strange about when she attacks monsters, that's perfectly normal. Forces as NPCs have a near infinite melee range. And they can choose to do that instead of casting, for sure.
I thought that was
But
only the ones that
NPCs
use the wands. Can she do that
Really,
too?
is it?
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, I've played Ultimate too much. She has a wand in Ultimate, so...
Oh, that's, yeah.
So maybe that's what I remember from. I've never actually noticed with Canes. But yeah, the forces, they can still whack instead of cast. And it's not helpful when they do that, for sure.
Alicia, what are you doing?
She's admiring nature. She just walked through that kill boom. Mostly we're just hoping for Alicia to spam the Geese tech, the Gibarda, because it does the most damage. But instead, she's just deciding to smack things.
Ow. She also got stuck. Good one, Alicia. Oh, and I can't actually... That's an impressive double mistake there.
Oh no.
Recovered.
So fun fact about the NPCs, in the GameCube version and the version 1 Dreamcast version, basically everything that's not version 2 Dreamcast, NPCs when they cast deal damage. That makes sense. They're using a technique. They're hitting things, there's damage numbers. However, version 2 Dreamcast exclusively force NPCs specifically when they cast, you'll see the damage numbers, and it doesn't deal damage. I found this out very interestingly the hard way during an attempt. And I just sat there while watching one of the NPCs cast fire or foe at a plant for about 1,000 damage just to not kick it or kill it.
Hey, Nate.
Hey! How's it going?
Thanks for the good luck. Alright, didn't hit level 6, but that's not really that surprising. If you do, you could get Foy level 2 in the shop. And that's kind of nice, but not the end of the world that I didn't get it.
Ooh, is it lore instead? So there are a couple levels where checking the shop becomes a little more interesting, or a little more, what's the word? Not mandatory, just it's better to go check it if you need something from it. At level 11 specifically is when the next tier of spells, the Gi spells and the Raw spells, start showing up in the shop. Raw spells are actually incredibly rare to show up, but they can still show up at level 11. If we don't find a Gi spell by then, we will be definitely looking into the shop to try and get the Gi spells.
Alright. Well, we didn't roll well on our maps, but that's okay. So, we're now in Free Roam Forest, and there's one good map that is about twice as fast as the other two.
Yeah, after we clear the missions, we get to deal with the RNG part of the run. The map generation. As it was stated, there's one forest, one map that is a whole heck of a lot faster than the other two maps. Luckily, this isn't the worst forest one map. This is, like... I'm fine seeing this one, even though I know it's not much faster than the other slow map. I just like this one more.
This one's kind of weird.
So I guess at this point in the story, we're clearing the forest to try and get to where to find if there's anyone around, and to try to get to the Central Dome, the living quarters of Pioneer 1. And when we get there, there's going to be a very big surprise for us. Rep response from this guy is... that's... yeah, I mean, it's back to what I said, they're kind of technically an invasive species. I mean, the Ragrappies might be native to Regal, but, like, they are a terrestrial in origin. Maybe they just live in the atmosphere or the stratosphere or something, and come down when they see their forest is under attack by a lonesome Phonum. Who knows?
I just like how they land on their butts. They don't even, like, gracefully fly down.
They're flightless birds that fly in space. Wait. I wonder, how do they get into space? If they're terrestrial in origin, how do they fly? Because these guys, they just run straight into a wall and then just vanish. And as far as I'm aware, in PSO 2 they dig. Actually, in PSU they also. No, PSU they run away like the Rag Rappies. Rappies are just mysterious. Rappies don't care about no fall damage. Gravity doesn't affect them. PSU is the one where they burrow away. I haven't played PSU all that much. I've only seen Rappies a handful of times in there. I swear they ran away though. I know PSO 2 for sure they dig. Whatever. Not that important. The important thing is they escape, and we don't know where they go.
Now we've got an annoying Forest 2 map.
So not so good luck on the map generation so far. It's unfortunate.
The Forest 2 variation, like variance in time rather, is not that much.
So here's some version-specific things. So in version 3, the GameCube and Xbox versions of the game, you can touch these towers, which are actually mandatory to touch to unlock the ruins. You can touch them on the first playthrough. You can walk up to them and interact with them. If you're playing Dreamcast version, you can't interact with them until you've cleared the mines. So you clear the mines, and then you have to backtrack in order to touch all of them to open the ruins, which means you have to clear the mines twice. And there's no way around it. It's
Nice
very
box.
unfortunate. Box! That box was asking for it, man, I'm telling you. The Rappies in PS0 run away for sure. The reason I remember this is because you can hit them as they're running away, and they give an incredibly stupid amount of experience with very slow diminishing returns. Assuming you can hit them enough. My record is about 50. That number doesn't make any sense to anyone who played 0. Glitches. That's all I can say. To be fair, on the Dreamcast version, the backtracking is a little more of a way to get you prepared for ruins, because the difficulty jump from mines to ruins in Dreamcast is incredibly hard. It's like forest to caves in all versions, where the caves would just come out swinging really hard if you've never played the game before. The jump in difficulty between the two between the forest and the caves is just massive. But like ruins in Dreamcast they're no pushover at all. You get in there and everything just wants to eat you right away. Well, they don't have mouths, so they just want to hit you, I guess. They're bored and want something to do.
So I try to like hide in this corner here because I don't want to pull that Rappy towards me.
Killing that Rappy spawns extra enemies which run around, and they're wolves, so you don't want that. Also, that is a nice strat. I have not seen that before.
It's a little slow, but it's pretty safe.
It's safe and efficient, though. I think it's better to be safe and efficient there rather than fast. Unless you get, like, perfect luck dodging the wolves. I would not chance my... I wouldn't take a chance with those wolves.
I think I'm good on TP, but it's gonna be close. And do things that are slightly slower that save me a little more TP, I think. Check that just in case. I'm just a mono weight.
Monomate didn't hurt. You got a heal out of it. Not that you did, not that you needed it. Ah, yes, we've come to the central dome, to where that first big orangey, reddy, squarish teleporter is. And inside we find the dragon. How is there a dragon, a flying creature that also knows how to dig? I suppose that answers the question, but why is there a dragon in the living quarters?
Because dragons
We
are
don't
awesome.
know.
So,
I mean, true, but like, why there? Did they like tame a dragon and then when the explosion happened, it went wild again?
sure, dragons are awesome. That's all you need to know.
Fair enough. But it's weak to ice, a ground spell that can hit infinitely vertically.
Yep, and I'll be actually taking advantage of that in a minute here.
Yeah, so some techniques in this game just have a silly range. Like Barda hits the ground technique, but it has like almost infinite vertical range, so you can hit anything that's directly above you with it. Foe is another weird one where,
Nice.
so technically isn't it all the Foe techs? It's just the Foe one, the most noticeable. If you hit a trap that's invisible with a Foe, your Foe will disappear, but the trap won't be hit, which is kind of silly.
I think I counted that out correctly. We'll find out.
Yes, at this point in the game, just
One more.
the number of Bardas that you have to do is just it's set damage, so you can just count how many times you need to cast.
I actually wait until it falls down a second time before I even bother start counting, but since I like threw a foy in there by accident, that threw off the count.
Stop the count. Stop the presses, man. You can put a Foe in there. So about the online, there are still available private servers online for GameCube. If anyone wants to go through the work and effort of getting online in GameCube, we're still fairly active. You'll see me on there once in a while, as well as a couple other people. Dreamcast still have active servers as well, private servers of course. And if I recall correctly, Xbox, like original Xbox, it's going to be possible to play that game again on original consoles because they're reviving the Xbox Live thing required to play the game offline. Which it's unknown at this point if they're going to be able to connect to private servers, but we shall see.
Now, typical kickboxing there, because I was full on monomates. Ooh, Zon level 2. That's and 2
Nice.
die fluids. Pretty good haul.
Ooh, yeah, no, it's hopefully we find something better. So the boxes after you defeat a boss have set type of items that you can get from them. Like each of the boxes is set to a weapon, an armor, or a tool item. Which tools are any technique, mate, fluid, anti-paralysis and stuff, skate dolls technically, as well as I believe I've seen a couple photon drops there.
Definitely.
Yeah. So we're mostly hoping to find good stuff in those toolboxes because they're guaranteed to be green items. They have the best chance of having the techniques we want. We got Zondu too, so that's good, but we're kind of hoping for a Gifoy or a Gizande.
Got foy 2 in the shop finally.
Nice. Alright, I did forget to mention the private servers for Blueburst, if anyone's interested in those. If you don't have a console or don't want to try and emulate the game, there are a couple private servers available for the exclusive Blueburst servers. And I believe the most popular one is called Euphinia, It currently has a bunch of people in line. I believe they have a holiday event going on. So good drops, good experience, good times. Meet people, make friends. Internet. Martha! We gotta find her butler!
Yep, we're starting a trend of finding missing people now, doing a little bit more than just flagrant exploitation and capitalism.
Martha's story is basically she was not abandoned, but her parents were on Pioneer 1, if I recall correctly, and she was left in the care of their butler. And the Graves family is basically this wealthy family of the Pioneer, or of the PSO universe. I can't remember exactly what it is. But she basically feels alone, and she wants to go find the butler, who left to the planet's surface in order to find her parents. And, spoiler alert, there's not going to be a happy ending here.
Maitha's not feeling particularly like casting any techniques today. That's better.
Yeah, Martha is a Force user. She tends to spam Foe most of the time, but she doesn't want to cooperate today very much.
Usually she'll at least slap things with her stick, but she wasn't even doing that. So I'm going to check boxes pretty aggressively now because they can give me the next tier of techniques that do area of effect. So the sooner, even though it's going to cost time to search each box, if we can get that early, it will save so much time that it's generally considered worth it. As long as the boxes are not too far out of the way.
Yeah. I know my personal preference would be find Guy Foe here, but Gizande is also acceptable. Both of them will super damage things very easily. Oh, alright. The caves also is the beginning of questionable items you can start finding. Of course, that's kind of unnecessary here. I don't know if you bother going through the teching. I probably never do it.
Nope, I try not to pick them up actually, so I'll drop that later.
Fair enough. So questionable items. What they do, if anyone's unfamiliar, is you can go to a guy called a Techer, and he will tell you what type of weapon it is, because it has a potentially random element attached to it, or random effect. Anywhere from fire damage, lightning damage, ice damage, to stealing health, or even insta-kills.
Maitha got stuck for a second, but she figured it out.
Nice.
Oops. I stood in the wrong spot there. Nice chunk of 5 boxes right here. Trap vision, darn.
So one good nice thing about boxes is they don't move, so you can actually practice to line them up and hit as many as you can with a spell if you need to. Or just do it the old-fashioned way, just apply some elbow grease to your cane and smack it. Yeah, there's a lot of visual differences between Dreamcast and GameCube for sure. I like the Dreamcast look a lot more than I like the GameCube look. But GameCube plays just a little bit better. More quality of life changes as well.
Yeah, I don't mind the Dreamcast, but GameCube is the first one for me, so it's always going to be my favorite.
Yeah, I know as a kid I definitely didn't notice the differences between the two versions. Although I never actually got I didn't get a large chunk of my time played on the Dreamcast at all. I only got to play it for about a week before I had to give it back to my cousin, whom I had borrowed it from since they were going on vacation. But once it came out for GameCube, my brother and I and a friend of mine, we were hooked on it for years.
Okay. General legs, night power minus, not quite what we're looking for, but we can at least make use of that.
What? General? General? Yeah. No one's gonna understand that joke. But actually, a General Legs is pretty good. Even if you don't use it, it's going to sell for... Oh, it's a minus unit, so it still sells for a decent chunk of money if you need it. Of course, we won't need that. We're running all missions.
Well, money does add up in the long run because it goes to Trifluids.
True, true. I forget you buy Trifluids. I don't.
Yeah, Trifluids matter just a tiny bit at the end. Oh, might get actually paralyzed here. Got lucky.
Paralyzed by normal lilies, what?
because of auto-targeting and Lily's having really janky hitboxes.
True. Yeah, we're lucky there.
Yeah, Icebreaker brings up a good point, is that, yeah, there's something that was always seemed kind of off about Blue Burst to me, and it's, yeah, they take out some of the effects that are in the GameCube version. Or rather, they were already gone in the Xbox version, apparently.
I've never actually fully played through the Xbox version. I did a handful of playthroughs for like speedruns in it. But that's my experience with Xbox, because the Xbox version, to me, I do not like to play. The controls, it handles very, very differently than GameCube, and it's such a big difference that I cannot stand it. I believe the comparison I used to make in the past is it feels like you're driving a truck compared to driving a scooter. They do not handle the same way at all. How many hours in do we beat Ganon? Which Ganon are we talking about?
Another Zon 2 drop.
Zonde.
Did I mark
That'd
that
be
off?
a very shocking run, huh?
Actually, I didn't mark off Foidu. So, the level of techniques does actually play a huge, well, relatively huge role here. Like, it's allowing me to kill these Nano Dragons a lot faster by having Zon 2. Nope. Double questionable handgun.
Nice.
Start
Right, so
dropping those
about
now.
techniques. When leveling them up, do the base techniques get a cost increase on the first level up, or?
Yep.
They do? Alright, so it's just the Gi, at least Gifoi and Gisande at level 2 don't increase cost. So leveling up your techniques does make them more powerful, but it also makes them take more TP, so you gotta... There are certain situations where you keep that in mind, where you might want to not use a disc to level up your technique, because you probably do enough damage to kill, and the level up wouldn't make it any faster. It'd just be a waste of TP at that time.
Well, I've never seen Mantha, like, whiff a Foy so badly. I don't know if she was going for the shark that I was fighting, but usually she's not that inaccurate when she actually decides to fight something.
Oh yeah, it looked like she was trying to hit the one that you were attacking, and she just cast it at the last second before it died.
A third Zon 2 drop. It's one of those days. That is my, like... with Vera, it's Rusta 2. For me, it's Zon 2. We get... There's just some maps, some techniques we always get.
I hope I'm not throwing off your luck too much, man.
Well, hey, I'd rather be getting Zon 2 than, like, Zillur and Jellin, so...
True.
Can't complain.
You just gotta get a Zodiel. I've been playing a lot of PSU lately. That's a spell that increases attack accuracy.
So yep, that was the butler's final message. He just left it randomly in the caves, and he went off to die somewhere. Yeah, that's how it goes.
He didn't leave it randomly. He left it in the last spot that he was conscious, and then the monsters were closing around him. You know, all the monsters that were in that room that aren't there anymore. He apologized for leaving her alone and failed to go get the parents, and they died. Happy ending. I mean, not really, but I did say it was going to be not a happy ending. Haven't heard a Lily laugh yet. They haven't had a chance to poison us yet, so...
There was probably a
Lily's in this
few that
game.
did it too on me, though.
Maybe. But, lilies don't laugh in this game unless they afflict you with a status effect, or at least their projectile hits something. So if they hit another enemy, they'll start laughing and giggling. They don't laugh otherwise.
No, I don't want to play Download Quest. Thank you.
Yeah, that's illegal.
Alright, so time for a more lighthearted quest. Last quest was such a downer. Now someone's getting married.
Yes, but she wants to fit into her dress. So we gotta help her exercise.
No, it's not that. It's that she that her fiance doesn't recognize her because she's been eating too many monomates, apparently. So she's
True.
gonna go burn it off.
Yeah, she's got a. I wish just a light trek through a molten cave would let me lose weight this fast. But yeah, she's going to be spamming Barda, which is nice, and also, I don't know, I think I prefer Martha spamming Foe, honestly.
Yeah, it's not nearly as powerful, but sometimes there are things you can line up, so Barda strats still apply here. It's just a little bit harder to work with. Ooh, nice early walker.
Right, early walkers. So there's this thing in PSO where enemies, when they spawn in, they're supposed to do an animation of to show that they're targeting you or something. Sometimes they just ignore that. I don't know what causes it. I don't think I've talked to anyone who does know what causes that. They just walk, and it's not like the same enemy every time. It's literally any random enemy for some reason.
Yeah, I think they might just do it to have variance, but I'm not sure. It's a very peculiar design choice.
I feel like that's just very unlikely. I think they're spaghetti code somewhere. Something's happening.
Also very possible. Anti-level 1, not particularly useful. If we got anti-level 2, which I don't think can drop here, that actually would be very nice.
I don't think I've ever seen anti-2 drop in caves. Maybe caves 3 or the RRLAT boxes, but I don't think I've ever seen it drop in caves.
So yeah, this quest, all of the caves levels are kind of like this, but this one especially, where there's just going to be lots of sections of jogging without fighting anything. But it's fitting for the theme, I suppose.
Yeah, and while the maps are going to be basically identical to some other missions, the enemy spawns are always going to be different.
Unless they copy-paste.
And yeah. But like I know for a fact this mission doesn't have the same enemy. It has its own unique enemy spawns. Which it always throws me off because I always think I'm doing secret delivery.
Oh, we'll be doing that one soon enough.
Mm-hmm. I always forget
Okay.
which mission I'm on. And
Seriously?
I just want to ask
That's number 4.
this luck though, what the heck? Sometimes you just gotta get Zonde too. Too many times. Maybe if you hold on to all those Zondes from now on, it'll turn into a Gizande.
Oh, if only there was a system like that. If there was any ever doubt that Zon2 was my disc, that has been quelled for sure. So when you fight these grass assassins, you actually kind of want to stagger your shots a little bit and not cast as fast as possible, except on certain maps. Because if you fail to do so, they'll charge at you. And they're invincible while they're winding up for that.
Yeah, if you don't two-shot them, then it's not worth casting as fast as you can.
Another general likes --.
Money! And your Zonde luck and your general drops are pretty good today.
Yep, well the red Rio is definitely paying off with the general drops.
Mm-hmm. So that's the one thing about Redria, is Redria gets better unit drops. I think the worst color ID for unit drops would be Pinkle. They actually have a negative affinity towards finding units, so you're going to be finding minus units everywhere.
Or just night powers.
Yeah, sure. But it'd also be innate power minus. So we are nearing the end of the quest, and her quest was basically find me a waterfall to help me lose weight. And well,
She
we'll be finding the waterfall soon.
She definitely embodies the speedrunner spirit, though. Like, who else can lose 80 pounds in only 7 minutes?
True. Maybe I should look up to her some more instead of ridiculing her. I'm just jealous that she lose all that weight too quickly, man.
So she puts a Patel pipe for us to go, but it's on the other side of the room, so I equipped my own on the pallet to quickly make my own escape back to Pioneer 2.
Save every frame. Oh, you can lose 80 pounds in 7 minutes? True. True.
Yeah, I guess people can lose 80 pounds in 7 minutes. It's just not recommended.
Very much not. Anyway, yeah, she definitely slimmed her figure down quite a bit.
Even had clothes ready to go.
Just amazing. The future is nice.
Alright, this is the last quest we have to get a shot at getting something good before the quest where we really want to have like a Gifoy or Gazant.
Yeah, so we hold off the quest Addicting Foods because it has multiplayer waves of enemies in the caves maps, which means it has basically double enemies in every room, and having no AoE to take care of double enemies is kind of annoying when you have to single target everything down. Either that or line up Bardo really, really well. Even then, it still takes longer than casting one Gifoy. Alright, this is also the second quest where we get to see our girl Eleanor.
Eleanor.
Although,
I thought we were finding YN0117.
oh, shoot, spoilers! Codenamed. Whatever you just said. Yeah, she's ending up taking a little bit of a dirt nap right now. She ran out of energy because she forgot to take her juice. And then she forgot her login password, so... I'm sure we've all done that once or twice, forgetting our login password. Can't get into our Android body.
Yeah. Nice early walk. Jerk.
These early walkers, I tell ya.
Also, we haven't found a Barter 2 disc yet. That's a little concerning. I'll want that for Addicting Food if at all, if nothing else.
Yeah, Barter 2 would be nice.
Okay, that guy fakes me out. Okay. Entirely my mistake, but I thought I could squeeze that in.
There's early walkers and then enemies that just walk the wrong direction. And a mono grinder.
Mono grinder is good for money.
Next, you're gonna find Escape Doll, and then you're gonna be able to buy a dim handgun with it.
Oh, I hope I
wait.
don't. I hope I don't find Escape Doll because that's gonna ruin a upcoming trick.
All right.
At least if I do find one, I hope I notice it right away. Sometimes they sneak into your inventory. Does Pinkle get a bonus to disc drops? No, that is a rumor.
It's a myth. A rumor, a myth. It's been proven to not be true. At least on GameCube. There might be some validity behind it on Dreamcast, but I don't play Pinkle enough on Dreamcast to find out for myself.
As far as I know, it's probably the same, but yeah. Not a lot of studying is done on the Dreamcast version.
Yeah. Pinkles did get a bonus to tech drops. It would definitely be nice for this run. But, unfortunately, because it's not true, it's just better to go for an ID that gets better drops for other things. Like a Dragon HP off of an RRLAT4 if you get lucky.
Alright, well I got my Meg to level 12. I'm gonna go high five Bernie here. We'll see him one more time.
Bernie! So yeah, Bernie is, after the One Force mission, he becomes kind of irrelevant unless you seek out specific subquests side plot. So in Secret Delivery, actually, if anyone's gone through this mission, you probably know about the little robots that are off to the side. And if you talk to them and ask about the objective of our quest, the one thing, they'll turn hostile. It's fun.
Yep, fortunately they're not required at all to fight. And they don't even give you anything if you do. It's just a waste of time. NPC combat doesn't give you experience, drops, anything. Well, there's one exception for him. I guess you do get loot from Creek the one out of 3 times you fight him. But that's an exception, not the rule.
That is a very big exception, yes. And technically it doesn't even drop, it just goes into your inventory.
True. Assuming that you have room for it.
True.
If you don't, too bad.
Theoretically, it's still possible that no NPCs drop anything. Gill sharks. How wonderful they are. Tanky, bruising, little, yellow, big, menacing sharks. So fun thing about the slimes, if you end up, this is a little thing that I found out by accident, if you do a 3-hit combo and then cast any technique at a slime, the slime will split. You can split a slime up to 3 times, making a total of 4 slimes possible. Normally they only split when hit with an ice technique, mostly Gi Barda and Raw Barda, but you can definitely do it with Barda. It's just very not likely, but it's guaranteed if you do the 3-hit combo and then cast a technique. There we go. We're no longer playing Terra. We're playing Phantasy Star Online. And no worries, we got it taken care of. Yes, you can definitely get a non-rare slime to split into a rare slime. That is actually one of the ways that people slime farm. Basically, you go into a mission that has multiple slimes, and you split all of them, telepipe out, and then telepipe back in and split them again. So if you're playing offline on any version of the game, the monster spawns are determined when you spawn into a room. If you're playing online, the monster spawns are determined when you make the room, so it's just a gamble whether or not a rare enemy exists in your game online. But offline, you can force an enemy to become rare if you want to.
Hey, Miss App, welcome in. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Mazap!
Don't feel down, you got PSO.
Yeah, PSO and Diane and Carl are here for you, man. Oh yes, we mentioned before, but private servers, they are a thing. I did mention before the private server Ephinia. It's a Blueburst private server, it's PC only. But if you're very interested in playing online on a console, Dreamcast or GameCube, which it's still very much possible to do through private servers, feel free to look it up. I don't know very much of the specifics, and I don't really want to go too much into it here. Oh yes, the piping for slimes. I have a couple stories. So I'm gonna let Dai talk, he has a strat to talk about.
I do have the anti-tech. Yep.
So there's a very special little trick that he's going to do. He got poisoned specifically for it, and it only works if you're poisoned, for the most part. There's a couple other ways to set it up. It's just not easy to set it up without the poison.
That'd be too slow.
First, First, we gotta touch these 2 laser grids, and then we're gonna warp back to where we need to go.
Lots of dimates and difluids.
That's nice. Wish we had a tech to go along with it.
Ah, well. Oh, actually, I'll pick up that.
But yeah, we touched that second laser grid, and now we're gonna walk back, and oh no.
Oops. So, yeah, we do the, take a trip back to the med bay because we went down to 0 HP, but we don't fail the quest for that, so it's fine.
There's a handful of quests where if you die, you actually fail. This is luckily not one of them.
I would say most of them don't. It's usually you have to keep your NPCs alive, but if you go down, you're perfectly fine, which is kind of weird.
Right. I think the only quests I've ever died in are the ones that fail, so I don't remember which quests those are. I think I just died the same quest like 3 times, and it failed me each time.
So compared to walking back the normal way to this point, I did the setup a little bit sloppily, so we saved probably only about 2 seconds, maybe 3. But it's time.
Every frame matters.
Same thing where I can put the tailpipe down and then talk to Eleanor.
And then mash as fast as you can while holding down to go to the correct option. So what's the just a question for you? What is the last stat or the highest stat you're looking for mind on a mag?
I want to get 227 total mental strength any way I can get it, so I don't have any. I don't even remember like what level my mag would usually end up at for that, but that's kind of what I'm working towards.
All right. So hopefully we'll eventually find some mind units to help with that.
Shot plays very nicely. I get Foy level 3 and Bard level 2, so unfortunately we don't have Gifoy or Gazond, but we've got the next best things.
Yeah, there's still a chance that we can still find the techs while we're in the next mission. Preferably, it'd be better to get it outside of it so you could use it running into it, but hey, we'll take what we can get. But yes, now addicting foods. We're going to be looking for cake.
Yeah, we put off this mission as long as possible because...
It's addicting.
Well, this mission has... It's a copy-paste of a multiplayer map as opposed to a single-player one, so it's got multiplayer level density, which, if you're just one guy without area of effect spells, takes kind of a long time. But only, like, 1 out of every 3 or 4 runs will have the necessary techniques at this point, I would say. We include Darkfalls in all missions.
Fighting... Yeah, Darkfalls is the end game.
Yep. Yep, I deserved that. That was really sloppy.
At least you had that antiparalysis you picked back up in Forest.
Should also have, yeah, I do have soul atomizers. Good. So this is where having optimized Barda strats is really nice. But it can be tricky, because you can waste a lot of time setting them up too. Nope, that's not the right technique. That's probably a soul atomizer, but we'll check it anyway.
We should be able to hit level 11 during this quest, which would end our hunt for the Gifoy box, or Gizande box.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, anyways. If we get unlucky in the shops, we will definitely not be seeing things.
Ideally, I would hit level 11 before I have to pipe back, but... or at least more than once.
Yeah.
But it can be tricky. But I did get those dye fluids, so we're in...
Yeah, you got a lot of dye fluids. I think I've seen 3 drop total so far.
As long as the...
3 that I counted anyways.
As long as enough monofluids drop, it shouldn't be any issue at this point. Oop, just a little bit too far.
This point in the run is just time to start managing your TP well.
Okay, don't miss cast like I just said. That's a green box. Oh.
Don't spam Zonde 6 times on a Lily that can't be hit.
Keep kicking those mono-made boxes. There, that time I learned, don't kick it. So yeah, this map might look similar to other ones too, just has a lot more stuff in it. What am I doing?
This is technically going to be one of the best chances to be able to find an early if we get lucky. The next best one would be the, what is it, Waterfall Tears?
That sounds right, yep. So yeah, we've been getting like about like half a level in every quest, but you can just see how many more enemies there are here. We'll actually get 2 by the time we're done.
The Caves 1 and Caves 2 at least have multiplayer spawns. Caves 3 is special though. Because Caves 3 has cake. Illegal cake. I forget the reasoning why, but like the government on Titan 2 outlawed the selling of, they prohibited the selling of sweets, I guess. So the cake ladies have to do illegal cake shop stuff on the planet's surface.
I think it's something like sugars rationed or something like that.
Something like that. But yeah, selling cake is illegal. It's not public.
So I opened the keyboard because when you don't have a targeting reticule, you don't flinch as you approach enemies. And the keyboard takes away your targeting reticule.
Yeah, that also applies to traps and hallways we'll see in the mines. And somewhere, sometimes around here in the caves. You can also do the same effect by just pressing start and opening the pause menu. As well as removing anything that targets from your HUD, I guess. So if you hold R and you don't have anything in there, like if you were to take Zonde off the HUD, he could run past things without flinching or hesitating.
Doing my best to line these guys up. This actually worked out pretty well. Not perfectly. Unfortunately, didn't get paralyzed. I'm already down to 2 mana fluids. Sorry.
No, we're interrupting each other. I apologize. 2 mana fluids, that's not good. As I was just trying to say, I'm just inquiring why sometimes when enemies spawn, like, why is it like 1 evil shark and 6 gill sharks? Why didn't they just include more evil sharks in the spawns? I wonder.
Yeah, variety, I guess.
It doesn't seem like much variety. It's like opening a bag of gummy worms and you only have 1 apple flavor and the rest are peach. It's not a very good comparison. I need to work on my analogies.
They're all gummy worms in the end. I'll eat them.
True. Some of them are worth more experience.
Are peach gummy worms worth more?
I don't know. I don't like peach. The peaches are the pal sharks because they pretend to be my friend and they aren't. They're gummy and sweet, but they're not the flavor I want. Oh yeah, the running Cake Sisters gag throughout the games. In PSO, it's pretty easy to find it. It's just a mission. PS0, the handheld PSO game, the handheld Phantasy Star game, it's actually a super hidden special event in any random mission. I've never been able to find it, unfortunately. I am unfamiliar where it is in PSU. In PSO2, it's just a random event again. It's a random code emergency or whatever it's called. I do like that Sega stuck with that running gag of Cake Sisters, or Cake being like an underground thing hidden from sight. It's pretty funny.
Alright, gotta do the Gnarlily check. Nope.
Random teleporter in PSU, huh. Yeah, I hope I can find the Cake Scissors in PSU then. I keep bringing up PSU a bit, and I don't want to talk too much about it. I don't want to take too much away from this, because this isn't PSU, this is PSO. But there's a private server PSU that opened up recently. It's currently still working, but it's fun. It's enough of that. Knowing our luck, I feel like you're just gonna find a Gifoy on the last enemy drop right before you telepipe.
That's usually how it happens. Or you level up to 11 right in time for a giveaway to not actually be useful in the quest anymore.
True. Hey, but he got a die grinder, so I guess it's all good. More money.
Okay, I'm beating into my die fluids now. I'm still in Cave 1 too, that's means we'll probably be telepiping.
Yeah, that's not very good.
Yep, there's some auto fluid. This run is pretty... This run does not have a tight Meseta budget. We just get as much as we can because it gets us extra tri-fluids in the end. There's a few points where it's a little bit tight, but overall it's not a bad... Any percent is where things get... Or any percent glitchless or ever is where things get a little hairy.
Yeah, with the all missions run, the missions give you just such an amount of Meseta that Meseta isn't really a worry for this run. You have plenty for fluids when you need to buy them. But yeah, as I said, being able to buy tri-fluids at the end is just really nice. We're actually at the point where a difluid no longer fills TP up to full. So monofluids give, what is it, 75 TP?
Yep.
Yeah, 75 TP, difluids give 200 TP, and trifluids is always going to be guaranteed to full TP. But trifluids are super expensive, and you won't be seeing them till later anyways. I mean, you can start seeing them at level 11. But you don't want to accidentally buy them, because then your budget's going to be tight.
Alright, I've got 405 experience to the next level, 1 die fluid, unless a bunch of stuff drops, we're definitely piping back a little early. Oh, nice auto-targeting. So the Lily, like, moves its head around quite a lot, and that can cause you to, like, suddenly target it when you weren't before.
Kinda like a box. Just not a stationary.
Yep, and here's one of the just regular old jogging areas. We get to enjoy the scenery, but not necessarily fight a lot of stuff. In this case, we skip these enemies because the door's open, but even with
Yeah,
that, they're spaced out pretty well.
I always thought that door was like locked. I didn't even notice until I started doing runs. I didn't notice that door was always open. I just wonder why it's open though. Feels like they meant to lock that, but just forgot to or something. Or maybe it's tied to the bigger room on the outside.
Well, they lock it in waterfall tears and black paper, so who knows?
True. technically that's a different layout than this layout, so maybe the map variation makes a difference.
Could be.
Sega just doing Sega things, I guess. All these sections, very long, a lot of waiting, a lot of jogging, a lot of fighting lots of enemies at short periods of time. So I got a question for everyone. What's your favorite cake?
Oop, extra amount of fluid. But we're gonna get a TP refill pretty shortly anyway.
My favorite cake is chocolate. Or better known as top cake. Pie is the best cake. Technically an acceptable answer, but I refuse. Your favorite kind of cake, is it top cake or is it bottom cake?
Perfect TP utilization to get the full benefit of the heal ring right there. Got
Nice.
186, so it's gonna actually be kind of close. Was there any more news on PSO 2.2? Talking about New Genesis?
New Genesis. I call it PSU 3. And no rare slams, no rare lilies. What is this run? No Gifoy. Talk about a marathon run.
Just the run of Zon 2. Oh, actually, we're gonna be fine because of that last amount of fluid.
Perfect. Actually works out wonderfully. I'm always like very
Oh, an extra
whenever I
die fluid
get
too.
here. Oh, nice. Whenever I get here, I'm always just like a little bit itchy because just like in case 1, I usually find like 3 or 4 monofluids, and it's just like, wow, I got a lot of monofluids, and then I'm out, and then I don't know what to do with myself.
So I'm piping back right away to get a chance at Gifoy in the shop. If we don't get it, it's not the end of the world, but it'd be nice.
Yeah, the shop will actually reset every time you load into Pioneer 2, so telepiping now will give you one thing, and then after the mission, when you telepipe again, you can check it again if you need to try and get it.
Did you see what
That
I got
was
there?
Ande.
Yeah, that's an
Yeah.
interesting spread.
Yeah, we got the best spell, Gibarda. Runs over, we can log off now. Go Gibarda. No mind units, but there was a digger HP, which isn't necessary.
If I like had no reason to buy triflets, I might buy that, but yeah, you don't need the extra HP here.
Yeah, so Gibarda in version 3 and version 4 is kind of a joke. Anyone who's played the game, the Dreamcast version, and has used Gibarda knows that it is much, much better than the GameCube version. The GameCube version, they nerfed the spell significantly and gave it a lot of lag frames at the end of the cast, so you can't spam it. Whereas on Dreamcast, it's a shotgun. You can cast it. It casts as fast as Foe, and it's fun because you just got this giant cone of ice flying in front of you, and it's so nice. I've never actually gotten a Rosande here. Not the spell of choice I would have gone with, but that looks pretty nice.
Yeah, Brazond is super powerful. So it's not
Also
it's not
costs
giveaway, but
a
yeah,
lot.
it does cost a lot.
That's fine. We got the money to buy more fluids. I've always been like super stingy and trying to min-max my TP usage. Squeeze every last drop of Foe or Zonde from my TP before using the fluid. So there are actually multiple different routes you can take here to go to the Cake Ladies. The one they want you to go to is the one that you saw him smell the cake. There's a faint, sweet smell in the air.
Yeah.
You can alternatively go the other way, which doesn't have that text, which has a couple more enemies, but it doesn't have a pan arms here. Pan arms are kind of annoying.
Yep.
Because you deal enough damage, they will split.
Brazond was so powerful that I actually got it to split when I didn't really want to.
There are a couple ways to make it die without splitting it. You just do enough damage when it's attacking you, and it won't split, or you give it a status effect like Confusion or Freeze, and it won't split, or Paralyze, I guess. But yeah, usually waiting for a Pan Arms to split is super slow.
Alright, top cake for you.
Alright, time to learn what's your favorite cake. Is it top cake or bottom cake? I can't tell. I'm Lil-Aid. Top cake it is. That's a little joke I do. When you go to the Cake Ladies, they give you 3 options for cake. They're all cake. Just cake. Only cake. But you get to choose which one. Do you want the top one, the middle one, or the bottom one? That's why top cake is my favorite cake.
Nope, no extra disc yet. That's too bad.
Increased mine unit, so. Oof. Yeah, bad luck.
And we
We've
get
got
one
a
more
Rosande,
chance.
so that's still.
Yep, we can do the next few quests with just Rosand.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, RRLAT won't be an issue with Rosand either. It's gonna have to take more fluids than usual, I guess. But with addicting foods done, now we unlock the rest of the caves quests.
Not to hype it up too much, but I am 22 seconds ahead of my PB right now.
Woo! Base Gibarda. All praise Gibarda.
So we deferred doing this quest, the Valley of Money. It was actually available a lot earlier, but it's deferred until now because it's an extra shopping opportunity. So we can check the shop for another giveaway disc, hopefully.
Yeah, this shop, this quest is literally just a shopping quest. Basically, a lady hires you to yell at her husband for spending too much money buying weapons. So you come to the shop, you talk to him, he tells you buying good weapons is good, and you're like, no. And he's like, oh no, how foolish I've been. I can't believe I thought that way. And an unfortunate event, we didn't get a Gifoe or Gisande.
No more shopping.
Yeah, and then his wife is super strict.
The only unfortunate thing about Rosand is that it seems to be the most inconsistent about fighting NPCs with.
I've never used it against NPCs. It's either Rabarda or Rafoe.
Well, yeah, they're much more reliable. Giveaway is also good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, on certain ones.
Yeah, when you can set it up properly. I know, I like to cast Gifoe like 5,000 times before walking into an NPC trigger. And then they just die right away. It's always fun. So I assume you're going to be saving Soul the Blacksmith till later. Hopefully at a better another chance at Gizande or something.
Yeah, if I don't get Gizand or Rabarda at the end of this quest, I'll do Black Paper first.
Okay. So a little variation there. Soul of a Blacksmith is actually a DLC quest in the Dreamcast version, but it's included in the quests for GameCube. And what the quest is it's a blacksmith who wants to create the ultimate weapon, so he asks you to go gather the materials. You have to fight the dragon in order to do that. It's one of the few quests in the game that have boss fights. Well, one of the 2 quests in the game that has boss fights. So, fighting the dragon, we want to make it as fast as possible, and the best way to do that is by having better techs. Gizande would be really good because you can just spam it on him, on the dragon, and it actually hits him in the air, and it hits a lot of hitboxes, doing a lot of damage right away. And then Rabarda is kind of like Barda, where it has like a dang near infinite vertical hitbox, so you can abuse that when he's flying directly above you, as well as doing a ton of damage.
Sounds range is not that far.
Yeah, level 1 techs is... Oh, you only got the one guy? That's a waste of a cast.
Well, I was... Like, I wasn't gonna get all 3 at once because it takes too long for them to go together, but yeah, could have used a cheaper technique on the Lily.
Yeah.
So the plot here is that there are some missing hunters, and also the person that hired us is lost her twin sister, so we're investigating, and we've kind of found her at the very beginning there, but she fought us for some reason.
Little lady that was like, she was being told that she's supposed to steal the weapons from the next person that comes through the door, and then so we walk through the door, and then she gets hit to the ground. So now we're off to the races to try and find her again, because she just kind of ran away before we could apprehend her and finish our mission.
Anyway, I can 2-shot Grass Assassins, which means I can also 2-shot House Sharks.
Nice.
So the nice thing about giveaway specifically, why I keep bringing that one up, is that instead of like being instant damage around you, it's like delayed damage, where it slowly grows around you. So when like enemies spread out a lot, you can cast it and then walk away and they'll fall into it.
Hopefully we will eventually get to see that. When you get to see someone spam giveaway in a good way, it's just so nice to watch. You just basically set it and forget it. And while low-level giveaways don't last very long, you can still cast it and then have enough time to walk away a little bit where things are walking into range of it. Very fun to use.
Still hoping for that random technique to drop, but I guess it wasn't my fate today.
Maybe we'll get grants in the ruins. Maybe that'll make up for it.
That would be pretty nice. The dragon hitting me actually was good because it reset my canceled my backswing on my casting so I could cast a little bit faster. As long as you don't get toppled, Getting hit is actually not too bad. In the right
As long as you
circumstances.
don't die as well.
Well, yeah.
We have plenty of health to tank this stuff. The crit would be bad though, because that would just topple you for sure. Can their energy beams crit? I can't remember.
Nope.
Just set damage. Awesome.
Only things that smack you in the face up close, pretty much. Alright, inched out one more mag level.
Nice. So for those unfamiliar with how the mags work, each stat that the mag gets gives you stats directly. A little bit of a different rate. The power and mind, for each power and mind on the mag, you get 2 points in your respective stats for those. Defense is 1-to-1, so 6 def on a mag gives you 6 defense. And then dexterity on a mag gives you attack accuracy at a 2-to-1 rate. So 2 dex on a mag gives you 1 attack accuracy.
No RRLAT. Oh well.
Lame. You get Angel Mind as a Redria, right? Or
Yep.
is it a Dragon Tree?
Nope.
Angel Mind. Alright, yeah.
She didn't
Angel
instantly
Mind
go
is
down.
bonus.
The heck? I had to wait a little bit because she gets a lot of invincibility frames. That's what I was saying about Razan being inconsistent. Sometimes they go down, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, that's weird. Why did it kill her instantly the first time? That is strange. I've never seen that before. The same damage both times. Any luck with that shop?
Give away.
Yay! Alright, but we're still missing Gizande and the Roberto.
Yep, so I'm gonna do black paper then.
At least we'll be able to see the Gifoy in action a little bit.
Also, Roughoy would actually be... Like, if I didn't get Gifoy at all, but I got Roughoy right away, that would be perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, Roughoy technically does more damage, even though it takes more to cast, but Roughoy is also... It's a targeted AoE, so it blows up in your targeted location in a massive AoE, rather than being centered on your location in an AoE like Gifoy is.
Yeah, there are some cases where Gifoy is better, but almost all the time Roughoy is just as good or better. Generally more damage. It just has a little bit more of a wind-up.
Yeah.
Let's get that on top there. The other nice thing about Gifoy is that it's super efficient. Oh. Okay. I'll take it. But it's a little late now.
Yeah, doing... And this is why we did this quest first, though, right? Just so you could get a chance of getting it before the dragon fight.
I guess.
It all worked out. I told you all those Zondes were going to add up to a Gizande.
5 Zontus equals a Gazant. Sounds about right. Cool thing about Gazant, by the way, Lilies have 2 hitboxes, so you can hit them twice And they have only 70 HP, but you saw it was still a one-shot there.
So damage stacking is kind of a thing. If you hit an enemy with 2 attacks at the same time, they'll take both instances of damage. And this applies to anyone in the game, including players. If 2 enemies hit you with the exact same frame, you will take the added damage together in one hit, which can result in a lot of dying sometimes. It's mostly noticeable late game when enemies actually run faster than you, or as fast as you rather. But yeah, it can happen anytime. It also applies to bosses. And we might be able to see that case depending on... Are you, for Volop, are you going to be using Pillar Strat, or are you going to be hitting his face?
I've got Razan, so hitting his face.
Alright, yeah.
But it applies on phase 2 either way.
Yeah. That's material, nice.
Yeah, if this was any
So
percent, I would definitely sell that, but I'm going to use it just on the off chance that it helps me like not get toppled later.
I don't know how many things can actually topple you at this point, aside from big hits.
Wait, what did I say?
Basically everything's a big hit, but you shouldn't be taking hits anyways.
Do material drops change the route at all? Not really.
Not at all, actually, honestly.
I mean, the only thing that they would really affect is if I get that 227 mental strength a little bit sooner.
True. Getting a bunch of mind materials.
In terms of like selecting a different quest, no, I wouldn't. Should let's do it this way. Just sneaked by. Had to go for that corner there.
So the Waterfall Tears and the Black Paper quest that we're currently in, for anyone interested, these are the quests where you would be fighting Kirik had we decided to do the Kirik or Soul Eater subquest. Of course, to even initiate the subquest, we need to have the mines unlocked and have done a mines mission, which we don't, obviously, at this point. We'll be getting it as soon as we're done with all these quests. Running through the caves and killing the boss there.
More meme category for this game is actually just getting the Soul Eater by itself. You need to do about half the missions in the game instead of all of them.
It's still fun. You get to fight Kirik. He's like the biggest boss. He kind of just goes insane.
And he can be pretty scary too.
Oh yeah, I know he can. I'm always afraid to fight him, especially at a low level with a force. If he crits you, you're dead. If he does a heavy attack, you're dead. I've had him wind up a heavy attack, and I just happened to block it, and that was like the scariest moment of my life. Running with a Phonum, running with like 100 health, and see Kirik charging up that heavy attack. Oh boy.
And I was doing the Qcast version where you take the Soul Eater and fight falls with it last weekend, and I almost ran out of recovery. Because he kept healing himself.
Soul Eaters. Oh, that's right. I don't know what it is, but like there's a certain damage range. If you do enough, a certain amount of damage, and NPCs will heal themselves at all times. But if you do less damage of that, sometimes they won't. I've actually had a Kirik fight with it was when I was doing hunter runs a long time ago for just like practice with the Soul Eater. I noticed I was actually a Huke Seal, and I had to hit him with a normal attack with a Buster to make him not heal. If I ever did a heavy attack, he would instantly heal it off. It was really annoying. NPCs are just a little bit weird. So the NPC fights actually, they're unique in the way that you fight them. So you're actually fighting another enemy, but they're still NPCs, so you can still affect them with all the other spells. You can heal them with Resta, you can buff them with Shifta and D-Band, but you can also affect them with Jilin and Zalora, which makes no sense. why you can hit them all at the same time. I'm guessing Sega just got lazy and didn't implement them as a total enemy at that point. Yeah, it's kind of jank. NPCs that you fight also, they have massive iframes. There's only one workaround for that, and that is freezing them. If you freeze any enemy, they just lose the ability to be invincible at all. That also applies to players, by the way. If you get frozen at all and anything hits you, you'll take multiple instances of damage in specific cases, like laser attacks. If you get hit by something that freezes you, and then you shot like a nano dragon, nano dragon's laser beam will hit you multiple times and kill you instantly. It's really silly. It's over.
Yeah, I decided to walk through him and towards the door because he had so many iframes anyway that I had to wait before I cast my next Razond.
I'm guessing the iframes on the hostile NPCs is just something they left on all NPCs in missions, just so they... Like, the partner NPCs, they have the same kind of iframes. They get hit and then they're just immune to damage for whoever knows how long. I want to say it's close to like 5 seconds or something. It feels like 5 seconds. Which is a really long time to be immune to damage. I'm just guessing that Sega left that coding for all NPCs in missions to be the same. Out of laziness, perhaps.
One of my theories is that one of my theories is that they actually intended it to be the same for player characters too. But then they changed it for player characters and they didn't fix it for NPCs.
I doubt that, considering version 1 of the game, no, version 1 of the game, no one has iframes. All NPCs that follow you just do not have iframes. They don't even have an animation if they get hit. Everyone who's ever played Unsealed Door on Dreamcast knows what I'm talking about. Mome. The anti-player Mome.
Well, Moment's not going to be too useful today, but if I didn't have Razond, then he can actually help you a little bit. But yeah, for the most part, he's just going to be disruptive.
Getting really close to nearing the end of this quest. We're just trying to catch up with the people. So Black Paper is continuation of Waterfall Tears, and we didn't talk about it much, but basically the twins, they switched places. And the one twin that hired you for the first mission has now hired you for the second mission. She wants you to tail her and the people she's with in order to stop them from doing illegal stuff. Mostly kidnapping other hunters and stealing and selling weapons.
Oh, I should have used Razond. I could beat that in one shot. Oh, that's a 4-slot frame. Hello.
Nice.
And that's why we play Redrum. I was actually stuck a little bit where I wasn't able to walk because the Nano Dragon was about to spawn there.
We'll get to a point where we'll actually catch up with the party of what's her name, Crow?
Yeah.
Crowe?
Crowe, I don't know.
Yeah, we catch up to the party, and basically they're in such a rush. They just leave all the doors open.
Oops.
That we need to go through. Which is really convenient, because all the doors we have to go through, the rooms are still full of monsters. So normally you'd have to clear the monsters out to make the doors open. But we don't. Because they're so nice. They just want us to know exactly where to go.
This upcoming NPC fight can actually be really scary if you like underestimate it.
Oh yeah, this guy likes to spam Barda, and he also has a saber. There's also 2 traps on either side, and traps just have a random chance to freeze players for some reason if they're a damage trap.
I think it's only
died to this guy.
It's only certain traps, but yeah, these do.
Really? Huh. Yeah, I've died to this guy because I got frozen by the traps. It was not a happy day for me.
Yeah, his Barda's no joke. You saw it was doing like 50 plus damage to me.
Alright, cool. And now these boxes are actually set. It has a set star atomizer, 2 set weapons, and set armor that we're not going to get because we don't need them.
I could go for them, but yeah, money's not that important.
I mean, if anything, you can get a brand. Early brand, you know? Caves 3.
Actually, yeah, we'll buy that trifluid. Why not?
But yeah, no Robarda, so it's not the worst thing ever. No Refoe either. But we got what we need for the Soul of a Blacksmith. For Soul of a Blacksmith, there's a little thing where if you're in the ultimate difficulty, the final difficulty of the game, and you complete the quest all the way through, there are multiple points in which you can stop the quest. So you clear the forest to get the 2 materials in the forest, and then you clear caves, and depending on which floor of the caves you stop in, you get a different element. The first caves 1 gives you fire, caves 2 gives you, is it ice, or I believe it's ice.
I think so.
Yeah. Cave 2 gives you ice element, and then Cave 3 gives you like a lightning element. But if you're in ultimate mode and you do the quest up to the lightning element, he gives you a rare weapon instead.
Actually, I think it's like Panic, isn't it, or Havoc?
Yeah, okay, it's a confusion element. Some kind. But you can get a God Fist, the weapon is called for a melee weapon. You can get a suppressed gun, which is just a really decent handgun. And you can also get a technical crozier. Crozier? I don't know how to pronounce that. It's a wand that special attack shoots Barda. Which is pretty cool. There's a gimmicky playstyle in this game, which is actually still viable. I say gimmicky, but it's actually really fun. It's my favorite way to play Force. You use weapons that use techniques instead and just use the bonus damage from the character.
Alrappy.
Oh, we got an Alrappy.
Waste of time.
Oh boy. Got a blue boy Alrappy. As you see, 3 Foe casts on an Alrappy at 71 damage. If we had gotten that really early on, it would have taken much longer to kill. But yeah, there's your 1 in 512 chance. We're not even going to be picking up the item off of him. Let's see, Regria, Rappy, that's, what is that, a material of some kind?
HP material, I believe.
So Rappies in this game don't drop anything until you hit them. Rappies are weird. They're guaranteed to drop items, but after you kill it, it just sits there and plays dead until a certain amount of time passes or you're a certain distance away from him. And then you have to hit him again, and he will guaranteed drop items. That's just how Rappies work in PSO.
If someone wants to look it up and prove that it's not General Mind, that'd be appreciated, but I think it's HP material. I would feel silly I'd feel silly if it was General Mind, but I think that's another idea that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I thought it was Redria was a material drop. I can look this up quickly. Let's see. Alrappy Oh, it's a trimate.
Oh, really?
Yeah. General mines come off of Hilda Blues, so. And if we had gotten a Hilda Blue, Resist Light is the rare drop. It was unfortunate. You don't get very good drops in the forest. But Gnarly is Angel Mind and Playfully Slam is a master ability. Well, actually, that's a really early master unit, or ability unit. Don't think those things start dropping until hard mode normally.
Yeah, I'm not even sure when they do.
It's not that useful, but it's still pretty rare. So the room with all these Gigaboomas and these wolves, it's an instance of a room where you only have certain specific spawns you want to kill, but AoE, Razande, you just kind of one-shot everything, so you don't really care about that at that point. And while this does have a multiplayer layout of the map that we got initially when we cleared the forest, and we avoided killing the Rappies, we're just going to go ahead and kill them in here and spawn everything and then just hit everything. Not for experience, but just because it's convenient that we have AoE and we don't really need to worry about single targeting anything. And the wolf getting in the way. That was a nice little up.
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, gotta switch to dive fluids now, but that's okay. We don't have too much more combat.
Yeah, just a few enemies in the dragon fight, and then a couple sharks in the caves.
I bet Hildebear's hiding over in the corner. I gotta try to crowd over here. Oh, I didn't realize I missed a wolf. Alright, so now it's the dragon refight, but we have a lot better tools this time.
If everything works out perfectly, we should be able to kill him before he digs. We get to see our first instance of Gizande. Our first instance against the boss of Gizande hitting multiple points. You see it's only doing 18 damage, but it's hitting like 2 feet, 2 wings, and a body. So it's hitting 5 or 6 times.
That should be good. Oh, he dove really fast. Never mind. Oh well. Couldn't get the time saving after all. I might have miscast once, but I don't think it was that bad. So unfortunately nothing I can do at this point to get that time back. It's just like 20 to 30 seconds lost.
Yeah, I mean that looked good. I'm surprised he dove.
Yeah, sometimes it goes a little bit faster, sometimes it goes a little bit slower. This time just wasn't in my favor. I'm gonna bank it on that Plaskazon being good.
We'll find out.
Yep. But you definitely have to like buffer all your casts to get that to work in the first place.
And since this is a refight, we don't actually need to check the boxes again. So we can just leave right away and head to our next destination, which is caves.
Yeah, there's some minerals over there, and we'll be over there shortly.
Yeah, the minerals in the caves 1 are actually really, really close, and it's really fast, which is fortunate for us. Like the minerals in the other stages, I believe the caves 2 minerals are like halfway through caves 2, and the caves 3 are fairly early in caves 3, but just in an off to the side path that you wouldn't think would be there. And initially when you enter the room with the minerals in there, it's out of sight, and you have to turn the camera really, really hard to the left, or right, I can't remember. Yeah, the nice thing about Soul of the Blacksmith, if you're playing casually, is if you get the item from the blacksmith, you don't need to complete the quest. You can save and quit and do it over again. And the reason you would want to do that is this guy gives a pretty decent chance of giving a weapon with hit percent. What hit percent does in this game is it just gives you extra attack accuracy, making the weapon hit more often, which is nice. You're unable to do that, however, if you were looking for the rare items. You got it?
Yep.
Nice. We got Roberta. A little late, but better late than never. Just missing the Rafoi now. Where was I? Right, the rare items from the Soul of the Blacksmith. You can only obtain those once. So even if you do obtain them, if you save and quick after you got them, it will be flagged that you obtained a rare item, and you will receive a non-rare item the next time you try to get them again. So you have to actually soft reset the console, or soft reset the game, or hard reset the console to attempt to get the rare weapons again.
We actually got 10% hit on this fire sword.
Nice. I think my best is 45 hit on a fire sword during a run. It was glorious. I never took that weapon off. Back in the days I did HuCast.
Now we got the slowest Cave 1 map, but at least we have giveaway.
So for Caves 1 and clearing the maps, Caves 1 has one good map, one decent map that's almost as fast, and then one really bad map. The bad map is, I want to say a minute and a half longer than the other. It's not nice. It's not like there's more enemies, it's just more walking.
Yeah, there's a backtracking section. There, got that timing down. This is the other reason that I do these maps last, like as late as possible, is because of the map variance. Because the variations go down if you're really powerful, because you can just beat everything anyway. If you do it early, then you're wasting even more time on possibly really slow spawns. Plus you won't have as much money.
Yeah, TP management is pretty much like the most important thing, at least to me, when running through and clearing things.
Hey, look loud. You know, you didn't miss too much. Just the usual lack of drops. thanks for the good luck. Okay. So yeah, this section up here is there's like a door with 2 switches to unlock it. We have to the first switch you have to go way out of our way to hit it. There's no way around it. First we have to unlock the room that lets us take the path to find that first switch. Backtrack mildly to get there.
And you can only use the light of the doorway to find your way to the door, unless you push the button, of course, and turn the light on in the room.
Oh, I missed. Oh well.
But at least you're doing a very nice amount of damage. So nice we got to see it twice.
Nice.
Nice. I'm kind of surprised Sega didn't bother including dark rooms in any other of their Phantasy Star games.
Darkness is kind of weird the way they implement it too. It's like they just set the ambient light really, really low. It's like not realistic, but it's like mysterious in a way.
Yeah, I also like how the first dark rooms you encounter are in a volcano. You know, with natural light from the magma.
Well, you are underground at least, I suppose.
It ain't true, but like magma, it's bright. There's no way that doesn't throw off some light. Doesn't throw shade.
That wasn't gonna work anyway.
That was close though. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. It's a dang shame that this map ends the way it does. The other way has a healing ring, but you have to clear out another room to unlock it right at the end. Although I still don't think I'd bother using that healing ring if it was just open right away. It's still a lot of walking.
Yeah, no need. No need. Even in any percent.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh hey, we got a bad cave too as well.
Nice, marathon luck maps.
Oh, we've got more puns in chat.
I approve of these puns.
I'm not using Barda, I should just one-shot those.
Yeah, why are you using Barda?
Maybe I'm afraid of running out of TP, even though that's not a concern. Hello. That is on to number 5.
Nice, we already got Biggie Foliage out, or Biggie Sunday, so we don't need that anymore. making use of that trap vision to break open or break that one trap on the button that opens the door.
Wait, how's this guy so far behind? That was weird. Oh, random giveaway drop. Little late.
Little bit. I was wondering how he was going to implement Megid into a pod. I was trying to think of how to do it too.
Give it a rest up. Alright, now I'm going to do this correctly. Remembered where I am and what I have. There's probably really no reason for me to check those boxes, but we're already here, so might as well use the heal ring too.
I've got to get all your TP back. Okay, a Night Power and a Rod. Not bad. Melee Force runs when? Technically, if you put that Rod on, you could shift it into high gear.
So yeah, Rhubarb is a really good technique. It's about as powerful as Resond, but it has freeze potential, and it lasts a little bit longer than like going away instantly, so... And a lot of things are just weak to ice, especially the more annoying things. Actually, that should have been Resond.
But you wanted to show off the Roberta, so it's fine.
I should have done that the other way around, because I was lucky that Grass Assassin didn't charge.
Pillar number 2. So there's in the Long Caves 2 maps, the pillar is always like directly on your path. You can barely miss it. If you do miss it, it's because you're not looking. But the Fast Caves 2 map, it's out of the way to get, but you still need to go touch. It's a good block.
Did a little dance of death with that Pal Shark there. The Pal Shark is actually totally optional, but you got an army and you got giveawayed.
And I'm loving the flowing of these puns.
If there are Pal Sharks here, do NTSC Sharks show so. Okay, we got the good Cave 3 map at least. We're 1 for 5 on maps today.
Hey, better than 0 for 5.
Oh, I messed that up. Out of monofluids, that's why. Oh, I should have been patient, whatever. I have to walk to the door anyways, it doesn't matter that much for that particular pan arms. But would still cost about 5 seconds to not kill it before it split.
When you kill a pan arms after it's split, each of the bodies has to die individually, which takes a little longer for some reason. It's like the Monest. My favorite thing to say about Caves 3 left is always just go left. Caves 3 maps generally, for the most part, go straight left.
No, that's not gonna reach, is it? Just check that out. Autogun.
Great, you'll never need to shoot again. It does it for you. Dude, these puns have got me recoiling in pain and laughter.
Alright, let's see if I can do this pan arms right. There we go. Still takes a while for this next particular wave to spawn anyway, but that was still faster than it normally would have been. Alright. That's the last enemy before the boss, so we're gonna do some shopping, hope to get Refoy. If we don't, it's fine.
Personally, I think you got plenty of time to check shops for a Refoy before you actually need it. The mines don't need a Refoy all that badly.
True.
Definitely a big help when you get to the ruins, for sure. How dare you make fun of Long 4? He looks perfect the way he is. And then we'll meet his Long 4 lost twin, Montague.
Excuse me, doesn't...
Dr. Carlo Montague.
Does this game predate Yu-Gi-Oh? I suspect it's pretty close.
I have no idea, man. This game came out in 2000. When did Yu-Gi-Oh come out?
I want to say around that time.
Maybe. Alright, now we get to fight the centipede-looking thing. We're gonna roll him.
Actually, this is not the place to be standing. Whatever. I was on 90% strats for a second there, so we're gonna lose a little time.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is older than Phantasy Star Online? Ah, dang. So DeRelay, if anyone's fought him, you know it's just a fun to spam fire text on him. Refoy, Gifoy, but he's actually weaker to Zonde. Not by... actually, no, he's weaker to Foy, but Zonde does a bit better mileage, I believe. Gizonde shoots faster than Gifoy, so it's better to use Gizande instead of Gifoy when you can. I believe just Rosande just hits harder than Rafoi does.
Yeah, Rosand is just super powerful. Those are Gizons I just did were super garbage.
I saw at least 3 numbers in each of them.
Yeah, but you want to see 5.
Better than whiffing completely.
True. Yeah, he should have already been dead by now, so that's unfortunate. But I kind of messed up Rosand. I don't practice Rosand by itself without Rafoi too much. I might have been actually better served just... Yeah, see, now he's dead.
Yeah, that was a pretty... It wasn't the best fight ever.
We'll get our revenge when we revisit with Mom later.
Mom! Well, he gave you a stardom measure.
Was hoping for some good loot there, didn't get anything.
You found a brand. Although that's pretty questionable.
Oh wait, where am I going? Gotta talk to Big Boss first. Nope, missed a
Okay,
split.
now that we've defeated RRLAT4, we talked to the principal. He's wondering why there was a worm in the sewers, but it's okay. He tells us to go even further beyond. Which then, of course, unlocks a mission in the next place, the forest. Wait. Alright, so I don't know your mission ordering. Do you do letter from Lionel first?
Yep. So, yes, the forest.
Yes, the next area, the forest. So this is another DLC quest, Letter from Lionel, included in the GameCube's offline. It's DLC for Dreamcast. And basically, the mission goes through forest and caves. And you're going to find a guy's body. Because he was super damaged and his body, he literally started falling to pieces. And I don't know how his body got so split up. He's just like literally like everywhere. He's in the caves, he's in the forest, he's in a monkey. Why? I don't know how did he get his leg lost in the caves and now he's in the forest anyways.
Black paper.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, there's the scapegoat we don't actually want. I'm gonna trap that later. It's actually useful, it just sometimes disruptive.
Yeah, just drop it in the bank. Remember about it later.
I need to drop it like right now, pretty much.
Oh right, you use the death warp straight here. I use the teletype still, because I forget about death warping. I'm a purist, I don't die, I only play hardcore.
Hey Phoenix, thanks for the good luck.
Phoenix!
Yep, that wolf didn't quite make it into the giveaway ring.
Technically, you could have dropped that scape doll next to the arm or his leg, whichever body part is here in the forest.
That's what I just did, yes.
Oh, you did? Okay. I wasn't paying attention, I was looking at chat. Sorry.
The tech luck has actually been moderate. Like, we didn't get anything until late. But at least the shops came through.
5 Zonde 2s.
Yeah, 5 Zonde 2s.
5 Zonde 2s. That's all you need to know. 5 Zonde 2s.
And I didn't forget my telepipe, so didn't completely embarrass myself this time. It's usually this part of the run, like after going through caves, you're just feeling a little tired, because caves are very low energy, and then you like forget simple things like put down the telepipe. Hey anti-MGs. Welcome, welcome.
They actually get to see how far we've actually truly come with our power. Now that we're back in the forest with all these good techs, and see everything get just dropped like a fly. Or like a Mothman, rather.
And there's still like a good amount of like even though I'm rolling through these enemies, like to do it efficiently is kind of tough too. Like I would have liked to hit all those wolves at once. This is where
wolves are just a special case though. They like go everywhere. They dip in and out of your range with a Gizonde way too often. The worst thing that can happen, lose all your Maseta.
I don't even have that much at this point, so that's not even the worst thing. Like if I didn't drop my money at the beginning and I forgot to drop my money, I'd only lose like 1,500.
Fair enough.
Totally doable.
You dropped 13-13 coming into the forest. I think the worst thing that can happen is
failing a quest, probably. I had.
I was gonna say discrete error, but.
Oh sure. I mean, yeah.
Something that makes the run completely uncompletable.
Soft locking at from the depths.
Oh frick!
I did that in practice the other week.
Too fast on that telepipe, huh?
Yep. And I was like ready for it, and then I still like jumped the gun.
Yeah, after I soft locked it that one time during my 25% run, I was never again. I will always wait for both triggers. Because I didn't know about it until I'd accidentally soft locked the game.
So there's a soft lock where the game acts kind of funny, and like you approach a machine to turn it off, and if you like, you get led to believe that the mission's done a little bit earlier than that, and if you teleport at that point, you'll turn off the machine or something like that, or you'll get your data, but then the machine won't stop, and the trigger that says like the machine has stopped will trigger on Pioneer 2, but it won't unfreeze your controls at that point, so you're just stuck in place. You can... Actually, can you open up your start menu?
Yeah, you can open start menu and save quit.
But you still have to do the whole. You still have to do the whole quest over.
You have to do the mission over again, yeah, because you can't move. You're just locked in place. So you can save quit, and then you have to start the mission from the beginning again. But yeah, the soft lock. It's very. I'm not sure why it works that way. It's just because.
Well, I think it's because it freezes your movement when it comes up, yeah, and then like because it's not available to. Yeah, it's like in a weird state, so it doesn't know to unfreeze you.
Yeah, you're not supposed to get that dialogue in Pioneer 2, so it just like doesn't know what to do and ends up setting spaghetti. But it's just like it's doable because the you have it's like 1 or 2 seconds after you turn off the machine to even do anything. I'm not sure why they let that happen because I'm surprised it took me that long to accidentally do that soft lock in the first place. I'm sure people casually would have thought to do that once or twice, or have accidentally done that in the past.
No, they just try to leave, right? Who's going to teleport like within 2 seconds?
The machine has stopped. It's like, oh, okay, mission must be done.
Well, it's like you get enemy data and then the machine has stopped.
Yeah, the machine stopped working. Or something like that. We'll see the text later. We get to do that mission anyways. Hopefully without the soft lock.
Nope. Whoops.
The only other soft lock I'm aware about, though, is the one that you have to intentionally go out of your way to do in battle training, where you talk to Kirik and Ash at the same time by accident.
Wait, that can soft lock?
Oh yeah, if you take the telepipe that Kirik puts down before you finish talking to Ash, finish talking to both of them is actually what triggers the end of the quest. It has 2 triggers. You need to talk to Kirik and talk to Ash.
Interesting.
So if you never finish the dialogue with Ash, it'll just soft lock. You can still walk around, but you can't finish the quest because Ash disappears from Forest 2 when you talk to Kirik. And so when you pull up his dialogue, when you talk to both of them at the same time, yeah, just the trigger to finish the quest is never fully triggered because Ash has never been talked to. I did it as a test once because I wanted to see what would happen. And I found out that it's not a good idea. But yeah, you actually have to intentionally go out of your way to do that. So it's not really worrisome.
In the first place, you're already like skirting the line of like glitchless anyway.
Yeah. So it's definitely not used here. in this run. I mean, I'd totally still allow it, but I think it's just better to not allow it because that's very questionable.
It's questionable, but it's like, it's also somewhat unavoidable. So, like if it
If
happened,
it's done by accident, yeah.
if we get a consistent setup for it, then it'd probably just be banned and you'd have to reset. So I don't know.
I already have a consistent setup for it, dude.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, it's not that hard. I've done it accidentally. But like what constitutes a glitch for this category is kind of like on the edge of what is easy to avoid and what you would just do if you were going fast normally without like breaking the spirit of going fast. Like
True.
obviously window shopping, that's total nonsense.
That's a big glitch.
Yeah.
But you have to put some effort to start that up, so I don't even know why you bother with that. It takes more time to window shop than it does just to shop and leave. Unless, of course, the lady is standing in the shop somehow, which would be very questionable in of itself. Oh, window shopping. Alright, so this is getting into the glitches of the game. If you're unfamiliar with window shopping, it's a glitch setup to get to all the other glitches, most of the other glitches in this game.
Irrelevant ones.
If you know what, yeah, the relevant ones. So weapon stacking and basically item and Maseta duping. There's a lady walking out in front of the shops, and you can drag her over by talking to her repeatedly. She will turn towards you, and when you're done talking, she will take a step towards you and then start turning away. So you can drag her very slowly to a shop window, and then when she's done talking to you, if you talk to her, it'll talk to a shop at the same time if you're close enough. When you get done talking to her, you can actually move around while still having a shop open. You can't see where you're going, though. But if after you get the ability to walk around, you can talk to another shop and then close that window, and you can walk around with a window shop open. So most commonly, if you watch an any percent glitched run, you'll see the armor shop open. And then you can take that shop and switch that window out with a different window, most likely the bank window. And when you're in the bank, the way the game works for your banking stuff is when you put something in the bank, it will recreate the item and not remove. It'll remove it from your inventory and delete it, and then recreate it in the bank, which allows for some really silly things. So when you have you can also open your pause menu during this whole thing going on, so you can do a lot of stuff. You can dupe items, so you drop an item on the ground and then deposit it, which will allow you to make a duplicate copy of the item. Because the game forcibly removes an item from your inventory and deletes it, because it's already deleted, it just doesn't have to do that step. So it just makes the copy of the item that you wanted to put in the bank. So you have one on the ground and one in the bank. There's Maseta duping, which is basically the same thing. You just put more Maseta in the bank than you actually have in your character. So you're basically dropping like one Maseta and putting 299, or you're putting 300 in the bank, but you only have 299 on you, so it therefore just like effectively doubles your Maseta. And then you can also stack items, and what that means is weapon stacking, and technically you can do this with armors and shields as well, where you stack an equipable item on you, and it will increase your stats by the stats of the weapon. Not permanently, it's all temporary, except for wands and anything that... special cases.
Anyway, suffice to say, this game is coded super solidly.
Yeah. There's also another little glitch that you can do, and honestly, anyone can do it by complete accident. And it's not really a glitch, it's more of an exploit, because the game devs just kind of forgot one tiny, itsy-bitsy, little significant bit of code. When you deposit an item into the bank, it checks to see how much of that item you have on you. So... like monomates, you can stack monomates up to 10. So if you were to select 10 monomates when depositing an item into the bank, you say 10 monomates, and they'll go, you want to deposit this many in there? You can say no. So you have 10 monomates selected. If you were to then try and put another item that has a quantity in the bank, but you only have one of that, it'll put that item in the bank. But it'll put 10 of that item in the bank because the last amount you have selected is 10. They forgot to reset the amount after you've selected it. It's a really silly oversight.
So plot update, we did find Lionel's head. We retrieved an arm or something from a Healed a Bear. And then we found absolutely nothing in Cave 1, but we had to make sure we talk to his body parts, because if you don't, then you don't realize that you have to, like you don't realize that other arm's over there. You missed! Hello? That was rude.
Yeah, we're trying to set up another death warp here to just make up some time with less walking. Getting poison helps with that because it just ticks constantly and it can't actually kill us. Which kind of sucks but it's good and it kind of sucks at the same time. It's good because you'll just be at low health the whole time with it on, unless you heal, of course. But if it could kill you, I think there'd be consistent setups to get the arm and then die instantly.
Yep.
Oh, the duplication glitch that I was talking about, it dupes everything. You can dupe weapons and stuff. I believe I have some tutorial or something on. I might have to make remake a video on that. I've always wanted to. But you can dupe anything. So say you have a really, really strong weapon, say like a Soul Eater, and you don't want to do the quest to get another one. You can just duplicate that and give it to another character.
So yeah, the main thing is I want to be below 40 HP when I get hit by one of these traps. Make sure I don't have any sneaky escape dolls.
No,
If I had a sneaky escape doll, I'd have to go back and like get poisoned again and just waste a ton of time.
Well, there's plenty of traps in there. It'd only take, what, 4?
Well, yeah. So
do they all explode? Or
yeah. Some are a little weird though.
Yeah, if you want to do the duping glitch, feel free to come over. And feel bad for like advertising in the middle of your run, but on my stream, every once in a while, I'll explain it if someone's curious, and show it off a little bit. Just to know that the game. The stacking the duping, only works in Dreamcast version 1, Dreamcast version 2, and the Xbox and GameCube original versions. The PSO Plus disc and Blueburst, the glitches have been fixed. And that was a very shameful plug. What are you talking about? I don't like plugging myself. I don't want the attention. It's unnecessary.
I'd be happy to explain it too, but I'm a relative newbie about it. No revoice, don't.
Still no revoice, but at least you got a reverser. Just tell the shop no you.
I was thinking about dropping the escape doll or selling it to get that last dive lit, but I don't need it just yet.
There's 72 to level up too, so just spam a bunch of stuff in the next mission.
Oh, it's knowing one's heart, so it's pretty short.
Yeah. Yeah, you're good at level up before you need the TP refill though, so that's for unfortunate.
Alright.
No deban for deban strats? Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyway, here's Lionel. There's 2 missions in the game where you actually get to see him. And the other one is Central Dome Fire Swirl, which we do not have this quest on this copy of the game. It's included in PSO Plus as another quest for Episode 1, but it's also available online. Both as a DLC quest, and I believe you can just do it online. It's a really silly quest. Burning Rangers plays the whole time. You're running through forest. You're not allowed to cast techniques because you would cause the planet to explode. You also get to fight fire with firearms. If that makes sense.
As much as this game does.
Yeah. Alright, knowing one's heart. All you guys need to know about this is Ellie Pearson and Cal. They got a real good relationship going on. But unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Because she's a Newman. And Cal is computer. It breaks my heart.
Oh. These Canadians continue to elude me. I want to try to line them up to get 2 with 1 Gazand, but it's a little tricky sometimes. This is also like text messaging the quest, because she's gonna get messages from Callus and send them back as we progress. So I made sure to unequip my kick attack so I could just mash through text and not worry about kicking afterwards.
There's actually a fun little thing you can do anytime that she gets a message. I've done it once by accident, and I've never been able to replicate it. But if you drop an item the same frame that she normally brings up a text box, you won't stop running. You can run and mash through her text at the same time. The first time I did it, I was like, what? Actually, no, that's not true. I actually did replicate it once. I did it in Unsealed Door with Moam as well. I was just dropping a frame I got that I didn't want to keep in my inventory. Like, it's super hard to time. I don't think there's any consistent setup for it unless you know exactly where the thing is. And I always forget where they start talking. Sunday 4.
Sound 4, it's...
Alright, applying.
Yeah.
10 Sunday 4s.
It's not as good as, like, you might think at this point, because we just have area of effect text, but Sound 4 should be enough to, like, stun Belraz, so it might come in use. At least stop that.
That'd be a fun task. There have been a couple people who have tried to task it. Just here's the thing about the tasks. There's for some reason no one's been able to figure out how the map generations actually work. So a task would be super not consistent. Like until map generation and trying to figure out which maps are always obtained is figured out, I won't.
Yeah, there's some things known about the RNG, but like forcing like drops is just not really known, and that would be the other key.
At least we know how drops are handled, though. It rolls to see what type of drop it is, and then it rolls to see what the item is in that drop pool. And what I mean by that is every time you kill an enemy, it rolls to see if there's a drop in the first place. And if there is, then it rolls to see what type of drop. So it could be a green box, a blue box, a red box. And then after that, it rolls to see what type of that thing is. So any of those green boxes or red boxes or blue boxes that you see could be something we want, but we don't know because we have to go check it. That's kind of the issue with trying to bringing up back at the beginning of the run when we fought the dragon, when I mentioned that bosses have set items in the boxes. That's why the dragon boxes are kind of important. The ones that have set green boxes, those have a very, very likely chance of rolling a attack because they're guaranteed to have green boxes in them. There's no RNG about that item roll.
Oh wait, that's over here. What am I doing? Okay, somehow I didn't get hit, but whatever. I'm not gonna complain.
That Sinnoh beat was just like kind of iffy. He didn't want to hit you. Yeah, bosses have set boxes. So the RRLAT boxes are set, the dragon boxes are set, the Volop boxes are set, and the Dark Falls boxes are set.
So what's interesting about the drops too is they're actually set like for every stage right away. Like if you load a save state and defeat, like if you open boxes in a different order, you'll get the same results out of those boxes.
It's all like sequenced, I guess is the way to say it.
Right.
Everything drops in order, and it doesn't. If you like load a save state and try to change that order, very few things actually change that order. Ryuker that we don't need.
Still no Refoy. Still don't need it just yet, but it's coming up soon. Still managed to lose some time on the quest. Oh well. We're not doing too badly.
Yeah, so far overall, good run, aside from the bad drops and the bad maps. Good execution, except for when you didn't.
Except for all those times.
Yeah, except for all those times. RNG changes. All right, from what I recall, RNG for drops changes every time you kill an enemy. So boxes are set at a point, and the RNG is just like progressed one at a time for each enemy you kill or something like that.
I think there's like different RNG chains, and some are affecting drops, some affect like your attack accuracy and stuff like that. But yeah, no one like has it. It's not documented very well overall.
It's not documented. It's not solid. And we've had people reading the code since the game came out, and they still haven't been able to figure it out. So, yeah, when you're trying to read spaghetti, it's not going to taste good. It doesn't make any sense, but that's how PSO does. Potentially, yes. If the RNG could be figured out, it is theoretically possible that we could consistently get the same things we wanted over and over.
Yeah, at that point it'd be like trying to figure out like how to brute force the best chain of items that you could possibly get.
Yeah, it'd be like like a Pokemon game. We need to start on frame 7 to get ID 306554. That'd be horrible. I wouldn't want to reset runs for a single map RNG.
Yeah, I think it would only be fun for like it'd be cool to put together a task like that. But that's it.
Anyway, here's Sue. It's her first time.
Sue is a pretty middle of the road NPC companion. She technically can do high damage, but usually she doesn't get an opportunity to. And sometimes she just chooses to do something that doesn't help. Like right now, she's... Oh, hey, free mind material.
Nice. She has one of the knacks. Bernie has the other knack.
Oh, one of my good voice missed.
At least Sue was there to back you up for a little bit.
I can help out Sue. There you go. Hey, Electorn. Thanks for the good luck.
And so many people I don't get to see during the day. How's it going, Electorn?
Sue did it right. Amazing. Usually she just tries to like swipe at that Canardine with her claw, and it misses because it's in the air.
As she usually does. Did we mention the AI is bad in this game? No, I don't think we mentioned it enough. Oof. Getting punched by a kill chick. No bueno.
Yeah, but I cut it a little too close there.
Deek. Alright, important question. What do you guys want? Do we want to tell Sue our name or no?
Ow.
I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but we'll get there when we get there. The quest you're probably thinking of, Dowsing, is Retired Hunter. Technically, yes, you need to let him get kills, but it doesn't matter if he kills him or if you kill him, because he just steals your credit. He doesn't give a crap. If he's in the party, he takes the credit.
I mean, it's like work for hire, right? He's paying you, so your work goes to him. It's the way of the world.
Oh no, Sue is slow. Like the status effect, not because she's an NPC. Dustin, yes, but you got to remember, Donoff is one of the 3 hero hunters of Pioneer, or of the planet. What the hell, Corral? He's one of the 3. He's one of the 3 great heroes. Him, Floen, and Zoke. There we go. I was gonna say Kyle. I'm like, what the hell? Who the heck is Kyle? But anyways, okay, guys, do you want to tell Sue her name or no? Yes or no? You got like 3 seconds to make up your mind.
Well, when I get the dialogue prompt, I'll read whatever is most popular in chat.
Okay, so far we got 2 for no. Don't tell Sue your name. Well, it doesn't matter. You guys don't get a choice. We're not even going to talk to her about that.
Yeah, we kind of just skipped the prompt, which has the same effect as not giving her your name.
Actually, no, it doesn't. It has a different effect. It just doesn't start any subquests at all.
Oh, yeah, I mean, for the quest that we're doing, it doesn't have any effect.
Yeah, okay. For in this case, it has the same effect. But, all right, so if you're wondering why we want to tell Sue her name, so normally when you walk out of that room, she gives you a prompt saying, hey, this was fun, we should do this again sometime, or something. Hey, can I have your name? And depending on your answer, you start a different subquest. If you tell her your name, you start a quest for the hero ending-ish, I guess, or depending on dialogue after that, the Bernie extra side quest, which the Bernie subplot just gives you like extra lore and knowledge in the game. But otherwise, it also leads to the Raggle Ring side quest, which is annoying in of itself, because if you mess up any tiny little step, you lose the ability to get it. Not telling her your name allows you to get the Soul Eater from the big purple guy, Kirik. Basically, they target you, they mark you as a target who's important, or rather dangerous. And so they just send Kirik, who's the assassin known as the Black Hound.
You see what I'm seeing?
And then he gets the same.
Best Mine 1 map.
Yay! Long time since I've seen this best map. Let's get into a little bit of the lore. So Donoff, him, Zoke, and Heathcliff Floen, the 3 great heroes, right? There's not much known about them, and there isn't a whole lot of lore in the game about them. But you can learn about the tragedy of at least Donoff and Heathcliff. So there's a lot of weapons in the game that refers to Heathcliff Floen and Donoff. So the Heathcliff Floen, he's actually the hero. He was aboard Pioneer 1 as like a military official and head of the group of people to help protect the citizens and stuff. And he unfortunately gets infected with some D cells. And so the reason that happens is because he goes into the ruins they find and he gets attacked by darkness. So what does the government do? They take him under supervision and run experiments on him, and eventually try to weaponize that darkness that infects him.
As you do.
Of course. As governments do, yeah. Heathcliff actually leaves messages around. If you play through episode 2 in the final area, he starts leaving messages as he's slowly losing his mind to the infection, or to Floen, or not Floen, to Falls. Basically becomes a Falls supporter. And then Donoff. His full name is Donoff Baz, and why that's important is DB. You probably have seen 1 or 2 DB sabers around. Those are replicas of his go-to weapons. So he's just like one of the great heroes. He was connected to Floen in more than one way, and there's like a really big tragedy behind that because they're best friends, right? Alicia, we saw her in the quests of Forest of Sorrow and the other one before that I can't think of at the moment. Her full name is Alicia Baz. Donoff Baz adopted her as a young child before Pioneer 1 launched because Heathcliff Floen boarded Pioneer 1 after the suggestion of Red Ring Rico. Alicia is Heathcliff Floen's biological daughter. And Donoff Baz is just her adopted uncle. There's a lot of hidden lore. It's just fun because Alicia is a Vord Pioneer 2 as a scientist. Not because she wasn't a scientist, but because she followed Red Ring Rico because she felt jealousy or something, rage, anger, something along those lines for convincing her father to go along with the Pioneer 1 plan, even though he was supposed to be also retired like Donoff is.
So I'm ignoring that guild chick in the corner because it's actually unrelated to the thing that unlocks the door, which is going to spawn shortly.
And the last bit of lore, there's Zoke. That's it. That's all we know about Zoke. He's one of the 3 great heroes of the... I just like to give lore and special weapons to 2 of the 3 heroes, and the last guy he's just Zoke. I suppose he uses the 2 special katanas, or he has multiple katanas, the Sangha and Yasha. Sangha and Yasha, and he also has the... whatever the third one is called.
Is it Agito? Agito?
Maybe. Yeah, I thought it was a different one.
Yeah, I think there is a different one.
Yeah, but there's no lore about Zook. He just has cool swords, that's it. How big of a risk of dying during battle because of husband's son? And chance of dying is there, but it's not that great. As long as you're casting our spells, we shouldn't be able to die that easily. We have plenty of healing to avoid dying. Nothing one-shots us at this point.
Belrose.
I mean, they do a lot of damage. Oh, besides those.
But yeah, not a huge problem. Oh, nice targeting.
Yeah, so it was the Agito. For some reason, I'm remembering a different katana.
Yeah, me too.
Sangha Yasha and... I thought there was a different one. Oh, whatever. I know there's the Agito and the Ori Agito.
We'll see it in an upcoming quest in any case.
True. Well, technically, so fun thing about that quest, in Ultimate, one of his sword names is different, and I'm not sure why. I think the Ultimate one is the one I'm trying to remember, but I'm sure the Agito is the one. I'm fairly sure it's different in Ultimate. Now I have to go run through that again, because I can't remember it properly, and I don't like this information.
Still getting toppled by these guys? Oh well.
Need D-band.
Apparently. Unironically casting D-band. Imagine that. Oh, there you are. Okay,
Well, he
HP
doesn't
material.
have the real Agito. Ooh, nice. Of course, Zook doesn't have the real Agito 1975. He has an Ori Agito, which isn't the same thing whatsoever. Nope. Wait, you had the Gazande 2 from the shop and you never used it.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any difference if you have Resond. Until full opt anyway. Oh,
True,
wait,
true.
why did I get smacked by that?
I just find it silly they didn't use it because it doesn't actually make it cost anymore. Although, yeah.
Yeah, I honestly just forgot I was not being clever about it.
That's fair. I probably would have forgot about it too.
Fade material. Help ever so slightly.
Oh, it'll definitely help. It'll probably help the most during the chase or the sneak sequence in Soul of Steel.
Oh, right. That would be a funny application.
canon that alters the reality of the world and what really happens to all the creatures. I mean, the fact that she explodes, yeah, sure. After an evil organization tried to steal her. The evil organization is, what, the government? I can't remember. Oh, Ultimate, not the care. I get you.
Ultimate's just praying her 2 at night. I mean, Wriggle at night.
But it's sunny out. It'll be at night.
Well, it's like,
It's in the evening.
yeah, twilight hours, I guess.
Fair enough. But no, I understand what Phoenix is saying. It's a growing theory that every time you increase your difficulty, you're just like getting stronger to actually go to the planet's surface. Like normal, hard, and V hard are all just basically virtual training things, and then ultimate is the actual planet. I've heard that theory before.
Oh. Did not remember that spawn. Actually, yeah, that was poor play.
No, we have not found any red bosses or bows. When we find a red bows, we'll let you know.
Oh.
Yes, yes, I know what you mean, Phoenix.
Canadine's the primary wave? I have no idea. I probably
Yeah,
should.
Canadine should be the primary wave. Canadine's usually the primary wave in most of these. I can't remember what layout that it's not.
Right, because I know
It's
I
not
don't...
very helpful right now, though.
Like, there's no point in me fighting the dupe chicks, but they do get in the way if I leave them be.
Yeah.
So if I left those guild chicks alone, I think I would have been okay.
Yes, I have that as a emote, Phoenix. I'm sorry. People wanted a red box, so I gave them a red box. It's the single guild chick.
Shoutouts to Dr. Orn, who has a good red box. I mean, it's not as boxy as your box, of course. But it's a cool
My
emote.
box is literally a box.
So yeah, after
No,
rounds,
that's what
we
we need to.
spin around them because they'll shoot themselves with the missiles that they're launching out. And that can
This is probably
save
the
a lot of
first
time.
strat that. Probably the first strat that everyone learns when fighting these things. That you can run around and avoid the rockets while making him hit himself.
But I tried to sneak a red barter in there because that's also fast. Okay, we didn't forget any pillars today. That's good. That's not a guarantee for me. The mines ones are a little bit
I
more
thought
hidden than the other ones.
Yeah. Yeah, I was talking about the pillars every time you touched them, so I remember you actually touching them.
Yep. Like, I don't even have any doubt for once. Sometimes I'm like, did I actually do that? Okay, Rifoy finally showed up, so this is not gonna be too terrible.
Quote. Nice. Alright, we loaded. The only thing we're missing is the grants.
And more priest mines.
Granted, it's not. Oh, that too. Yeah, granted, grants isn't necessary for the boss fight. For falls, that is. It's nice. It's nice.
A little bit of mismanagement on the shopping there, but that's fine.
I didn't mean it intentionally as a pun, Verelix. Get off my case.
Yeah, we had the punch in already. You would never.
the punching is over. Alright, Fairlix is in chat. Hello, Fairlix. How are you doing today?
Yes, good morning, Fairlix. Alright, so there's a couple ways to fight Velociraptor. We're going to be opting for the cool one, which is to just walk up and hit him even when he's not necessarily otherwise vulnerable. If he's moving on to this screen over here.
Yo, did you just walk up slowly in Razande? Right, so there's a, yeah, as Dai was saying, there's a couple ways to fight this boss. So, mainly the thing that I've seen people do the most is when he gets done moving around the screens, he will spawn some pillars, and those pillars can be attacked. And once you break all the pillars, he will transition into his next phase. The other way to do it is remove his health, and that's easier said than done. So if you hit a monitor with a melee attack, you'll deal some damage to the monitor. But it'll also deal damage to his hitbox, or to his health pool, rather. And you can also do it as a force, but the monitors are, like, resistant to technique damage based on your MST. It's weird because the monitors take damage based on your attack power instead, which I'm not sure if glitch or oversight by Sega. But then the other way is just hit his head directly, which is outside of the map, outside of the screens, just barely outside of the screens. You can actually reach it with a Razande, or anything that reaches outside of walls. And then phase 2, we just spam Gizande because 5 targets, 1 Gizande, 70 damage per hit. Who wouldn't want to hit 5 parts? And then we check these set boxes for some goodies.
And not summoning. Okay, free die fluid's good, because I was a little inefficient. I didn't want to be using my die fluids, but I forgot to unequip them for mono fluids instead. Oops, kicking monomates still. That's fine. Thanks for the good luck, Vera. Alright, nothing special drop today, but sometimes you get really good technique discs. Or things that like give you a lot of money. Alright, saved a second on that fight.
Nice. But yeah, mech plus 5. Do they have any stats?
I'll check. So yeah, I enter ruins and I immediately leave ruins because we're going to start doing a quest instead. 0s on the mech guns.
Ding.
Somewhere out there's a rockhouse crying that you stole his mechs.
He shouldn't have left it in the box then.
Oops. I thought I was holding down, but apparently I was only holding right. Whoops. So I got a little bit of extra dialogue there.
Oh no, 1 extra dialogue box. Whatever shall you do? Alright, so talking to Donov, he gives you 2 options. You can either question mark, or exclamation point. If you question mark, he basically goes, "What? Why are you questioning me? How dare you? You don't understand what it means to be a man. Anyway, follow me." If you do the other option, he's like, "Cool, you know what it means to be a man. Follow me."
Alright, so Donov is the best companion NPC in terms of just being able to do damage and take it out, dish out damage and take it. However, we still have to do a lot of babysitting because there's a lot of places he can get caught on, and like we have to kick down those poison mounds, otherwise he'll just get stuck and not know what to do.
Actually, he'll just infinitely spam anti until you run out of range and until he runs out of TP.
Yep, not a good thing to have happen.
Yeah. But Donov is like really strong. Aside from just everything we listed before, he also knows how to teleport.
How did Giveaway get
I
so
don't
far
think
down
you'll
the
be
list?
I don't think you'll be seeing him teleport today, though.
I hope not.
Yeah, if we see him teleport, then Dai messed up. So yeah, he counted all those kills as his own, so... Dirty kill-stealing old man. With a weapon that's too strong. I don't understand why they gave him a line of weapons recreated by the military for like industrial or for everyday use. Okay, for military item use, but like he's not even using them. Why is he not using his DB sword? Why is he not using his shield? Why is he not using his saber? Why does he have a Zanba?
He forgot.
True, he's old.
No, I mean it's just an honest mistake. Don't be ageist, Carl. Come on. I forgot a bunch of things. I'm not old. I swear. Ow. That was an early walk, and I got punished for moving to the wrong side. Alright, so yeah, in this quest there's a lot of, we have to make sure we hit all of these switches to unlock a 3 laser fence gate later on, and if you don't, there's a lot of backtracking.
This is basically like backtrack the mission. You get a time limit, which makes it kind of stressful until you realize that it's like basically free.
I might have accidentally healed when I probably shouldn't have, because now I'm going to take some damage intentionally because we're going to set up another death warp. Also, I have a escape doll still that I forgot to drop, so I gotta drop that right now. So.
Ooh, right.
Oh, we got a Dawn of giveaway.
Dawn of coming in clutch.
Oh, what, do you see that? He whiffed. Alright, he didn't rest me, so that's good.
Yeah, you're dangerously close to the point where NPCs will rest off. It's 10% of your health is when I noticed NPCs will actively chase you down and rest at you.
Yeah, it's not reliable, but it happens. If it did, I would only lose like 15 to 20 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, right, yeah. Oh no, you died to a trap! How terrible! What a mistake he made!
I've got all my discs, don't need to check the shop, so this is fine. Unfortunately, I have to leave the escape doll behind, but that's really not a big deal.
Yeah. If the escape doll was more useful, it would be more of a concern, but it only revives you. It's not that useful. If we don't die, then we don't need it.
So yeah, we saved walking back a good distance over there.
Yeah, if you don't death warp there, then if you walk back to where we are teleported into, Donald actually trails behind you because you run slightly faster than NPCs, and you can get a big enough distance to where the game will just warp him in front of you.
Yeah.
For some reason.
I don't know if that's part of the quest or what, but yeah, I can't think of it. Oh, nice lock gun. Can't think of anything like that with any other NPC, but you don't get many chances to like get that far ahead of your other NPCs because the stages aren't that big.
Yeah. I've had it happen in one other quest, and I can't remember what quest it was. It's either between Bernie or Kirik. No, it had to be Kirik. It was Kirik. I remember now. He teleported right in front of me right before he started yelling at me about my buttons.
I don't have any Digger HPs, Dustin, but I do have an HP material under my belt, but I don't need HP in this category, so it's fine.
Yeah, this category is nice because we get enough experience to have enough health for falls. We're at 122 right now. We need 132. Well, 130 above 130 minimum.
Right.
So we just need at least 9 more health, which we're only 18. We're gonna get at least 3-4 more levels, which should give us enough health.
Yeah, we should be level 23 by the end.
Yeah, so that's 5 whole levels. That's definitely enough health. Even if we only got 2 health per level, that would be more than enough yet.
And so like the escape doll would be nice, but the only thing that can really kill us is the Belra crit at this point. And if you get hit by a Belra at all, you're making a big mistake. Not that it can't happen.
You were asking for it. But they just wanted to hug you, man! Look at how adorable they are, them and their big hugs.
I think it's only the cannon that can do it too. I think the hug is less dangerous. Oops.
Maybe. I don't know. I've never actually checked the damage between the hug and the fist, but yeah, probably the fist flying is more damaging.
Actually, that was...
At least I'm not into Belras. I'm not into that. Yep, still episode 1. Episode 1
it's only
has
episode
all
1.
the missions.
Yep.
Episode 1 has all the missions.
You could argue, like, maybe do episode 2, but there's no, like, quest in there, so you'd just be running through the stages, and Episode 2 is just kind of weirdly balanced, so it's a little shaky. Even if we did it after everything we're doing right now, it would still be kind of shaky to like finish a run with that because the final boss there can just end you pretty instantly.
It still takes another like 3 to 4 hours just to do episode 2. And as I said, the final boss of episode 2 is very, very unforgiving. His damage ranges are massive. If he just decides to kill you, you will die. And there's nothing you can do to avoid it. Even if you're standing at range, you have to avoid falling rocks, which, even if you clear the full thing, you're not going to have enough health to survive a falling rock.
Does it actually still take 3 hours even at this point?
The last time I did a run, let's see, I cleared episode 1 all missions with Soul Eater and Akiko's Frying Pan in about 5.5 hours. And then my time ended at about 8 hours 50 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, so episode 2 is just significantly longer because of the different resistances and whatnot.
So didn't forget any switches, we're good to go.
Yeah, we're entering the final room. So there's a fun thing about this. Donov is counting all the kills that he's stealing from you. If you come to this area early through glitches, you can actually warp through some of these doors with telepipe glitches. Or if you're playing version 1, this quest doesn't exist, so you could technically kick through doors in that version if this quest did exist. He will count the kills as you get them, which I found incredibly surprising because I figured they were just going to be set spots when he starts talking, but no, he actually counts.
Yeah, because he counts for each actual kill.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought that was surprising, but I thought it was just like tied to the rooms that you were killing things in, not to the actual enemy count. But regardless of where you end up teleporting back to the entrance. And then he sadly...
He'll be fine.
Yeah, it just takes a little.
He's a hero. I'm sure they take care of the vets. Ow. That was a little too close there. Oh wait, why am I using that and not Rofoy? Yeah, let him get away.
I know when I'm up and close to personal with the gunners, I prefer to use Roberta if I can freeze them with Donut punching them. Otherwise, yeah, Rofoy is the way to go.
One dive lead should be fine. Oh, I almost forgot about the bell run. It's like, I'm forgetting something, and I couldn't put my finger on it, and then I heard the bell run.
As you were saying, if you get punched by a Belra, it's your fault. You just play.
Yep.
Put your mouth where your words were. 97!
Can I do regular sound? Where is my regular sound? Nice. He wasn't too slow. Saved myself the dive load, which is good because I'm not going to shop after this quest. Who's the best NPC companion? Donov easily.
I kind of wonder if there'd be a way to put a telepipe down right before it transitions to this cutscene, and just telepipe after that last kill. I've never tried doing that before. I might have to try to do that now.
Yeah, but it probably wouldn't save it that much time in the end. And you don't need to shop
maybe
anyway.
Not. Yeah, maybe not.
But it would be interesting to try.
I'm just curious. I'm just curious to see if it's possible. I don't care if it saves time or not. I just want to know, can I do it?
Alright, so that was another heavy episode where people just die. Well, that's kind of what happens in this game, but now we're gonna do more. We're gonna do more science now.
Science! Woo!
Slay monsters, get data.
there's one thing I want to mention about Retired Hunter before we forget about Dawn Off. There's actually a little hidden subquest in that quest where you learn more lore about the game. That's where you learn that Dawn Off is just the adopted father of Alicia.
Did that quest giver look familiar to you?
Very.
Something about him.
Yeah, you can also, in the Retired Hunter, there's another hidden subplot quest where you can get Bernie to show up there, and he has different lines of dialogue depending on what dialogue you chose after you told Sue your name. He can be there like, the three heroes, they're so bad, or, Dawn Off, he's so stupid, or, oh man, I can't believe I'm alive. I don't know if that's all his dialogue options, but it's funny. And now
Eleanor's doing big work.
big mood.
Meanwhile, I'm
Anyone who has
fumbling.
only played the Dreamcast version of the game probably notices something different about Eleanor's weapon.
Isn't it like a spread in Dreamcast?
Yep, in Dreamcast she uses a spread. Which it still only hits like, I'm not sure, I can't remember if it acts like an actual spread or if it just hits one target.
Wouldn't surprise me either way.
True. Yo, Dustin, you've probably played through this mission on Dreamcast a lot. Can you confirm or deny? Current companion reminds you of Dorothy from Valhalla. Or sorry, VA-11 Hall-A. I wouldn't be surprised if that NPC, or I'm not sure which one would have come first, but I'm not surprised if they took inspiration from each other. Think it only does one? PSO. Not surprised. Dawn Off has a giant sword, can only hit one enemy at a time. Doesn't even use the Zerk.
To be fair, he is at the end of his life. You know, you don't want to risk it.
True. He only had 30 minutes. That's what his body was telling him.
Hey, got them all before they ran away. That's not a guarantee for sure.
Yeah, they're spread out kind of weird. Usually they're more synchronized, I guess.
The key is to lead in with that one giveaway so that you can pop the Refoy before they start attacking. Because they'll only run if you break the B once they already begin the attack. Not quite. Not going for the right thing at all. I'm gonna get refoyed. Eleanor's not recovering herself, so I gotta be a little careful now.
I hate that she doesn't heal when she gets hit like that. Two Refoys and she's just kaput. It's always such a scary fight if she gets hit. Oh, you got hugged.
Yeah, I was a little sloppy, but I lived and she lived, so that's fine.
Little bit of love. Never hurt nobody.
Still no more priest mines. It's a shame. We got 4 slots and nothing to put in it. So that's a pretty typical result. Get something, get a good armor and get nothing to put in it.
Yeah, that is kind of sucky. I mean, you could have picked up that resist fire, I suppose. I don't know how much that would have helped it or anything.
I could see it being okay. Oh, apparently a gold. Nifty.
Nice. Congrats.
It's kind of like weird though, because I've got a lot of practice runs that weren't in a real run. So apparently it was 5 seconds on top of my best, so I'll take it. Alright, so it's time for Moam.
Moam!
Moam time.
Moam! For anyone unfamiliar with Moam, in the version 1 and version 2 of the Dreamcast versions, he follows you around, and he dies. In this version, he follows you around with a chance of dying. We'll get more into that later.
Nope. If for some reason you're unfortunate enough not to have a Razand at this point, it'll actually help you like finish off enemies as long as you have Gazan level 2. But I've got Razand, so all he can do is knock things out of my range.
He's already working hard on doing that.
Yeah, I kind of screwed up at the beginning a little bit. In that case, I'd prefer to do 2 Gazans, because I don't quite reach with 1 Razand to hit all 5.
That makes sense. Yeah. So we were going to get into it a little bit more later, but yeah, in the Dreamcast versions of the game, Donoff actually attempts to help you fight DRLA, which is bad because NPCs don't have iframes or invincibility frames in the Dreamcast versions. So that means there's one specific attack that DRLA can do that involves shooting multiple little pellet projectiles towards the raft you guys are sitting on. And if you're running in the wrong direction, or if just things line up incorrectly, he will run into multiple different projectiles at the same time and instantly just die. I believe version 1 is different from version 2 in that way. I think Donoff can actually live a bit longer in V2. It's not much different, but like the way they did NPC between version 1 and version 2 are slightly different.
Apparently can also get crit, which sounds
right. Oh,
right.
Of course he can get crit. If it's an attack and crit, it's definitely gonna crit. But so, yeah, Dustin, he's a little more, he's a little helpful. As Dai was saying earlier, he can help finish things off if you don't have a Razande.
And like in this case, he was, he kept the dupe chick at bay while I, went after the dupe witch. What am I doing? Every now and then he can take out Candy on his own to do a full combo and get a crit or a heavy attack. That's pretty rare.
Yeah, he seems to be doing a lot of work today for you, though.
Yeah, he's about average. He hasn't been detrimental as much as he could be already. I go out of my way to hit all 3 there just to make sure Moam has a clear path. If he got left behind, I actually probably wouldn't mind, but If he dies, the quest is over, so it's a little sketchy to
Yeah,
let
it's
it
not
be.
good to leave Mom alone. He's not a ranger after all, he's just a scientist. In a ranger costume.
So this is pretty much a copy-paste of Dr. Ross's research, but I have to make sure I hit this door here because we're going to go a little bit further this time, so I have to unlock that door from the other side.
I've kind of always wondered why we start in -2 and work our way back up to the caves. Why not just start at the caves or something? The teleportation device is there, technically, canonically.
Who wants to play caves, though?
I don't know. Why don't we just teleport straight to the boss teleport?
Hey, I managed to leave Mo behind. This is actually very good.
No, Dustin. The other boss fight with the other boss fight in a mission is the soul of a blacksmith. And we touched up on this before you showed up, but yeah, it's a dragon refight. And we try to put it off for as long as possible until we get better techs like Rabarda or Gisande, which we had Gisande in this case, to try to avoid getting into a situation where he digs. We didn't get that lucky this time. Apparently he just started flying faster and he dug sooner than normal. So we had to wait out his digging phase anyways.
Oh, he made his way back. Yeah, well,
He got unstuck? Moan, what the heck? You're not supposed to be that smart. What the?
it's okay, because we're about to go to Mine 1 anyway, and he'd warp back to us anyway. But at least for that room, he did not interfere.
Justin, in V1 you have to go back and touch the things at the towers after you beat all of the areas, which makes it slower. That alone makes the version worse. Technique to summon electric chocolate rain. Can't say I've ever seen that one before. I should have known where that one was going. Gosh darn it.
What? Somehow I missed the second Kizand on that guy.
But the HP the enemies have in V1 isn't any different than they are in V3, Dustin. You just play worse. Because there's no quick select menu.
No, Canadians have a lot more HP in V1.
Oh, they do?
Yeah.
I've never noticed.
77 in V3 and like 130, like you said.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm not-
that's like the one major difference between monster stats in the versions that I know of.
I guess I just never noticed.
Since I've only played Glitch, it doesn't make a huge difference, but it does mean you can't just weak attack them reliably, or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you have Moon.
I have a feeling I may have noticed that in the past, but I've just probably forgotten.
If Moom
I have
pecks something
played
at,
the game.
at range, I can finish it off with Gizand and save some TP, so in that sense he's not too unhelpful. But if I'm trying to hit multiple things, and he knocks things out of Rosand range, I usually end up whiffing and then wasting TP. If I'm lucky, he'll hit the kill trick in front. Yeah, it's fine. What's my mental strength at? 206? Yeah, see, if I got lucky and had Priest Minds, I could be one-shotting Claws in the ruins at this point, but no such luck.
Well, 2 Mind Mats and 1 Priest Mind. Maybe you'll get lucky in the shop again sometime.
Could still get a General Mind at any time.
True.
What was that, Gazond?
The single box Gizon, totally worth it.
Yeah, and V1 Barda is not efficient like it is here.
Technically, the only reason Bard is good here is because they made Gibarda bad. And everything the Duster listed.
Wait. I got disoriented. Oh, come on, Gazond. Saw you targeting. Alright. That was the last mob, and we're gonna go fight RRLAT again, but first we'll do some shopping, because we're not gonna get a chance afterwards. Let's do no more priest mines. This is quite a shame.
Yeah, I don't think this, what do I change it? This is the worst shop luck I've seen for units. I don't think I've seen this few priest mine units in a shop since, oh, honestly can't say I've ever looked for priest mine units. But usually they're plenty abundant in there. It's so weird.
Yeah, and of course we've been seeing Tigger HPs, which is what we try to find in an any percent run.
Dustin, if we excluded loading times, maybe.
Yeah, given what we were doing in races the other day, maybe we should figure out how to do that sometime, but... So eventually there's going to be a point where you can't really play this game on original hardware because all the GameCubes are going to break down. I always forget which way to walk to get to the teleporter right away, but it's kind of screwy. Don't think I'm on the right side. I'm on some edge. Yeah, didn't get too far.
Alright, well, with this done, we now move on to plot.
If
Just
actually
like
only
the
got...
second time.
Go ahead.
Sorry. The second time you talked to Mom, it just like slowly zoomed in the camera with the top and bottom screen, and Mom's like, "Collect your reward." All right, time for plot and plot devices and explosions.
Got an older model android who wants to go find her owner, which apparently is still a thing even in the future, that people can own other people. They kind of just lampshade that and just like pretend like, oh yeah, it's fine because she's older. Like, what?
Technically, she knows a service android, not a combat android.
Oh, another mind material. 3 of those today. I guess that makes up for not getting a priest mind, other than the first one. Yeah, Newman are like genetically engineered clones or something like that.
Yeah, they have a very short lifespan compared to a normal human, because of their science background or experimentation that was done to make them.
Cutscene.
And then technically, if you want to have a good ending for a long life, Newman, go play PS0 because it takes place in the same universe as PSO, and the evil robot Trinity has solved the issue with Newman's having a short lifespan, which is hilarious considering that she uses them for her own personal army. But she saved them? I don't get it. I suppose when you're a super intelligent supercomputer pushed to the brink of depression that causes it a global genocide that fails, you gotta make do with what you got. Making your own personal army of Newman clones wouldn't be the first thing on my list, though.
Nope. Didn't get out of the way.
They are literal cat girls. I wonder if that lore still holds true for all the other Phantasy Star games, because at least they look more akin to fantasy elves than cat girls.
Yeah, I'd say they're more elves than cats. The ears are more pointy, less fluffy.
And more sideways. And not on top of your head. Also, besides that, Longcore isn't a girl. Can't be a cat girl. I know I'm being a bit too literal here, but I'm just trying to make content, man. I don't know what I'm doing.
No, you can't confuse elves with cat girls. That we gotta set the record straight.
True.
Nope, I did not space that right. I did take a double hit there. A crit might have ended me. Shino did her part though.
That was close. If that's the worst slip-up we have today, then I'm happy.
Oh, nice early walker. Scared me a little bit there. Oh, don't stand in the way of that. Oh, that's the right technique. Yeah, awkward time to be out of fluids.
At least there's a healing ring really close by.
Yeah, and Prue needs healing ring. I just had to switch over to dye fluids.
But they're expensive. Oh well, not my money.
I've got 6 dry fluids already. I'm fine.
Yeah, that's more than enough.
You actually
got
pretty
all
much
those
want as
dry
many.
fluids.
You pretty much want like 8 or 9 to get through ruins 3 at the very end. Yep, that was poorly timed. I think they'll just run. I might take a Rift Void to the face. Okay.
It's not that their personalities change, they still have their own personality, but the body remembers their previous owner. So it's just a combination.
Another mud material. You'd think we were playing Viridia or something like that.
Jeez, dude. It's just preparing you for the grants. It's just granting you the mind.
I don't think there's any like problem being able to equip it or use it rather. Oh wow, she actually saved from getting there. That was pretty clutch.
See, Zoke should have had Shino. This is exactly why. Shino can't miss.
Yeah, Soak looks at her TPS and is like, wow, how useless, but she's actually very clutch.
She has no problem taking out Del Sabers by herself. Yeah, he full on switched his accent because he equipped the robot with the body of a Western musical robot. And then he turned into an action hero robot, which somehow matched his color. I don't know, that one's kind of sketch. We'll figure that one out later.
Ooh, what could this be? Is it an earthquake? Oh, it's not an earthquake? Okay. Don't know what you call that then, but...
Probably Zoke getting slapped around. Yeah, Shino is probably a better fighter than Zoke, one of the 3 great heroes of the universe, of this universe.
Yeah, Zoe can't even hold on to his weapons.
He even had Bernie helping him, and Bernie's great.
Yeah, how do you, like, get Bernie killed?
Technically, he's still alive. If you do a retired hunter after that, he just shows up and he's like, yeah, I don't know how I'm not dead. I think that's funny.
Wait, is there actually, like, a reaction if you do it in that order? I would be surprised.
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yes, if you do retired hunter before you do this, if Bernie is there, he has different dialogue.
Awesome.
He has that specific line of dialogue if you do this before retired hunter. He's like, I can't believe I'm still alive either. Or what's the actual dialogue? He says, surprised? Yeah, me too.
Because we, like, don't bother rescuing him, we just leave him for dead. We're terrible hunters.
We weren't hired to save him. We were hired to save Zoke.
Oh, true. Yeah, we wouldn't want to give away our services for free.
Sure. And technically, if you talk to him, he's like, I was too weak. I couldn't protect him. And then he passes out.
Oh, yeah, I guess he is just taking a nap.
Although it is kind of sad. I mean, Bernie is like all hyped up to help his favorite hero of all time, one of the legendary 3 heroes from the war, and he just fucking passes out and lets his hero die.
Yeah, how did he manage to like pass out in a hallway too? That makes no sense.
I don't know. It's just like they got ambushed, I guess, and just there were monsters in there that I don't know. And how did Zoke get ahead of him? Why did Zoke leave him there? What a great hero, right? Just leaves this guy to die in the middle of a hallway.
Yeah, so we pick up the first of his swords, Yasha. Ooh, free Type Fluid. More non-earthquakes here.
That's the second sword. Yasha's first one was the Sange, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably. No, Kamui. That was the one you were forgetting, I think.
Kamui, that's the one I couldn't remember. Right, there's a twin Kamui in Blueburst. Yeah, that you get the Sange here as proof that you finished the quest. And then she stays here to be decommissioned.
Yep. How did freaking claws? They're worst. Found a magician TP, among the most useless units in the game, but technically not completely useless, so might as well keep it. Because it will make our trifluids. It'll make our trifluids more efficient. So.
Yeah. Good. It gives you like an extra cast.
But a priest mind is better. Priest mind is just objectively better because it will give you as much TP and maybe even more. Oh, free trifluid. That's huge. And a free Type Fluid.
Dude, we'll all these fluids when we need them earlier.
Well, we never actually ran out of fluids, but we were fine. Just barely.
Yeah. Yeah, never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's not like I've been watching this run for the past 4 hours.
Ready for fast smashing text. And then we get Sange, so, or Sanji, or I have no idea. It's someone who speaks Japanese. Sang, yeah, I think that's the least likely one. Oh, I could actually use this mind material.
And you did that so quick. I always have so much trouble not accidentally talking to her again, and then watching that cutscene.
Yeah, I've been burned enough times. Barda 3 in the shop? Sure, why not?
Mind mats give 2 MST, and TP mats give 2 TP, so MST mats are better. How's it spelled? S-A-N-G-E.
Yes.
Sanji.
Same in time.
Sange. It's the Sange.
Sange. Sounds good.
Sange. Huh. Alright.
Alright, well, now for everyone's favorite soul of text smashing. Soul of steal your soul as you channel it into your wrist to bounce your finger on the A button.
I don't know if it'd be faster, but technically it might result in less text boxes. But I wouldn't say for sure.
The way PSO does text, it would actually surprise me if there was any difference. Because they basically, they swap out all the English lines for other languages, or, you know, whatever it is, but I think it's just that, every single dialogue box that appears is like a scripted event.
How do you pronounce Zonde? Technically Zonde is pronounced Zonde in Japanese, but as I've thought very many times before, other people prefer to say Zond, such as Dai.
Yep. It's always been Zond to me. It's always been Foy and not Foye.
Yeah, the correct pronunciation of Foy is technically Foyer, which no one says Foyer. And then Barda, oh, this one's a tough one. It's pronounced Barda. I don't know why everyone fights about that one. But no, Foyer is just a little weird. So go Guy Foyer,
Sure.
Ra Foyer, Foyer, Damn Foyer, Ba Foyer, or whatever other variations there are. Foyer is a silly name. True. Zonde would be Zonde, yes. That is the actual pronunciation, as depicted by the people who developed the game. But you know the non-believers, they just want to say however they want. Doesn't really matter. I've given up the fight. I tried my hardest, guys.
So in that room I tried to get a consistent cycle of Gilchik spawning so I could take them all out at once, but I fumbled and... oh, shoot. Don't talk to that guy again.
Have you ever, during the Gilchik thing, had the text either not pop up or have been able to walk during the text?
I don't think so.
I've had both instances happen at different times. Like one time, I just killed the last Gilchik and I dropped something and I just sat there waiting for the text to pop up, and it just never popped up. I'm like, oh wait, I can just go? What the heck? And then the next time, I killed the last Gilchik and the text popped up immediately, but I still had control of my character, and I was so confused. I don't know what caused those two different instances to happen, but apparently you can cause dialogue to be messed up there. If there was a consistent way to do it, I'd like to figure it out.
So we were going to do a little bit of an obstacle course. I already failed the first part of not getting stuck on those posts to the entranceway, but that's only a minor time loss.
Oh man, you're not even getting the true ending. You're not even seeing Eleanor's mag.
Yeah,
What a
sadly
terrible speedrun. True ending takes so much longer, and actually after you finish the quest, this quest in the true ending, you have to go back into the quest to actually get the quest finished. You gotta talk to her, to Eleanor again, and ask her how everyone's doing. It's really neat though, like there's a follow-up to this quest if you get the true ending, which I didn't know about for a long time, and I've finally done it once or twice now, and it's actually really fun. There's a lot of dialogue to mash through, and if you... There's a point where there's 3 dialogue options, and they're all the same, but if you choose the wrong one, something different happens. I'm not sure how that works. I have to mess around with that.
So it might look like I was going slow there, but this is an auto-scroller, so it doesn't really matter. You have to wait for ult to get here anyway.
I have failed this auto-scroller by going ahead of her or getting confused and actually falling behind.
Yeah, normally what happens is I'll like count time once I get far enough ahead, but that time I went back for a box and then got confused, so it's a little would have been a little silly to fail that.
Yeah. What does Eleanor's mag look like? It kind of looks like I want to say it looks like wings on her. It looks good for Eleanor for sure. It kind of makes her look like an angel, honestly.
Did they ever explain how she can teleport like that? Photon.
Photons.
Also, someone asked about PSU. I've not run it, but I've heard, we'll just say I've heard things about that single-player campaign. I actually kind of want to try it someday, just because it probably is not as bad as people make it out to be.
It's if you don't care for the story and you don't mind making fun of it, it's honestly not that bad. The story itself is very cliched, for sure. I know I've done the single-player story plenty of times, but it's like still a 6-7 hour run. A lot of mashing,
we have to sneak.
Skipping things. Oh shit! Right, quiet guys, sneak.
That was really scary.
Those general legs would have come in handy here.
Yeah, I sold them. Whoops. I did run into.
Fun fact about those robots.
I did run into the post there, and that could have been scary, but I slid off of it, fortunately.
Yeah, that was close. So yeah, those guys are blind. Unless you're basically touching them, they won't see you. I've had the misfortune of actually failing that so many times, I actually had to stop playing because I was mad. I don't know how I failed it so many times.
Yeah, once you get like a good path like I did, like I just wait a little bit at the beginning and then it's just you run in a path non-stop. As long as you don't get caught on a wall, it's pretty reliable.
Yeah.
So here we have the only instance of like hybrid NPC monster combat.
It's a free-for-all. The NPCs are being attacked by monsters, you're being attacked by NPCs.
Sometimes one of the NPCs gets caught on one of his kill chicks and it looks hilarious.
I have never seen him not get stuck on a kill chick.
Yeah, and he kind of did at the start and then he got away.
I've always seen that guy get stuck on by a gill chick. It's annoying, to say the least.
Alright, apologies for the next 5 minutes, but we're gonna have a self-destruct alarm we have to go cancel.
What ticking? I always wanted to make that joke, I just never had the chance to. Shoutouts to TTYD runners. No, you just ran past the couple, the lovely couple there, and went straight to ruins. And the last time I tried that, they didn't appear. So I don't know why that just always confused me. Oh, maybe it's because I never walked forward. I always just stood still when I teleported through and I didn't see them right away. Either way. It's just weird that it works for you and it just didn't work for me the one time I tried it. So they still have Flavio as the third companion T280? I don't know, I haven't seen the run in a long time. I have no idea what the progress is like right now. Ah, yes, this room. The memories of the one time that Eleanor got stuck on a bringer here and died. I was not happy.
On the return or on the initial?
On the return.
Oh yeah. That's unfortunate. Alright.
Pushing the button, you're in a rush.
Keen observers might have noticed I've not sold this handgun since like Forest, and this is why.
If you don't open the shortcut, it is physically not possible to complete this mission. And it's not obvious at first that you can actually break those. I don't think anyone would immediately walk up to the stone and go, hey, I can break this. The reticles are kind of low and just almost, not out of sight, just not in your direct line of vision for the most part. Episode 3 shadowns. Ooh. We get Giga Bowman to do that?
That'd be nice.
Yeah, he's a pro at that, and I haven't touched the game in forever, so. Let's try and convince him to do it.
Oh, I forgot these guys were here. That was a routing mistake. I should have been standing on the other side of the room. Eleanor and Montague can take care of the bringer and the claws. They don't do as well against the Soda minion. These guys are not clumping up for me. Okay, Eleanor is a good shot.
And it's just like you kill everything in here, and it's just like you wait, and it's just like, what's going on? Why is the door not opening? And then another wave. Why is that wave so delayed? I wonder if that was intentional.
To make you sweat, maybe?
Possibly. It is a timed mission, and then you have no doors to open. Someone unfamiliar might push the timed open switch first, and then open the doors.
Hey, both NPCs made it through. That does not always happen.
Yeah, that bringer that spawns Oh, I've had bad luck with that. One time. Why does the NPC look identical to you? No, the NPC doesn't look identical to us. We look identical to the NPC. You got it backwards.
No, he's Yellow Bows, I'm Redrio. It's completely different.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. My mistake. It's easy to make that mistake for me. I don't have my glasses on.
Ended with a good amount of TP too. Alright, so that was all the combat. Now we just have a bunch of mashing to go through. We shut off the alarm.
Ooh, nice. You have enough TP for 2 Ryukers. But yeah, this is where we learn. Oh, we don't really learn anything, but we see ult. And then we go through a lot of sob story, and ult makes the ultimate sacrifice. Saves our life. So tragic. We never know what happened to Eleanor and Montague. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're not there yet.
So we kind of talked about the glitches before, but for this category specifically, all missions glitched. It saves, I think, an hour or maybe an hour and a half. Problem with so there's this technique called item stacking, which lets you boost your attack power really high. But it doesn't work very well in all missions because it doesn't carry over between each quest. Every time you finish a quest, all your extra weapons become unequipped. So you only, like, it doesn't scale as well as it does in any percent. Like in any percent, the difference between glitch and glitchless is like having the time. But here it's a lot less.
Yeah, if we were to watch an all missions glitched run, there'd be like a lot of stacking. It wouldn't be like a lot right away. You do 1 stack, you'd basically go through the game, and then you would start the missions after you unlock the ruins. Or at least that's my theoretical route. I believe Verlix has done a run, but I don't remember what his route was.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you want to get a shot as soon as possible, which means just playing the game normally. So it's a lot less cool, in my opinion, to do it that way, because you just kind of like beat the game and then you like clean up missions afterwards, and it's a lot less dramatic.
Yeah, and then you also have a lot of stacking in some of those missions. So you just gotta walk to the thing. You start the stacking. It's technically less entertaining than it sounds, but I don't know. I want to do a run of that just to get a feel for it at one point, but I don't feel like it'd be that entertaining.
Yeah, because at least with like any percent glitched, you do the stacking once and then you just go with it. But having to redo it kind of would stink.
Yeah. Especially for a lot of hours, that's a lot of mashing. As much mashing as in... I'll be at the same amount of mashing as this run, just more because you're stacking weapons.
Yeah, the amount of... I complain about this, the amount of mashing in this quest, but it's actually not that bad. But it is like more than like the next 3 or 4 quests combined, I think.
Mm-hmm. It is for plot, after all. Mash for plot. Oh, right.
I've got a ton of fluids.
Oh, they're gone and we don't know where they are. But they're still giving us money. How?
Or they left it with the guild.
They'll never know.
17-second gold. No, sorry. 11-second gold there. Pretty good.
Oh, nice.
Practice pays off. Alright, time for the final mission. But there's still Dark Falls afterwards. This is the final, like, guild counter mission, and then there's the overall main mission. Alright, already got rid of my escape doll. Just gonna drop my money. Actually, I'm not gonna drop my money. I can do it later.
Just don't forget to do it later, man. Otherwise, you're gonna lose that all.
I can hardly carry any more trifluids anyway, so I don't even know how badly it would affect me.
Fair enough.
This is the ash one.
This is the... yes, it's the ash one. I was gonna say it's the Kirik one.
Not today, though.
It's from the depths. From the depths.
only we got those, like... If we got one priest mind, I could be one-shotting these with the wand.
Why does the character have such a fat butt? It's not his butt. It's not that he's thick. It's that his shirt doesn't fit properly, so it just hangs.
Ow, that was poor positioning. It's a fashion statement. He's actually probably really skinny. You notice he's also wearing like high heels or like high-heeled boots or whatever. Not high heels, but platform shoes is what I'm saying.
That's the word. TP stored in the balls, but then how does a Fonural? Oh, that's what the little balls on her hat are for. What about a Fomarl then? Oh. Okay. I got you. Ah.
Alright, make sure to talk to the guy on the left first. You have to do it in this order for some reason. It's probably faster anyway.
Just tuning in, been playing PSO BB on tuning up to level 20 and enjoying the soul. I'm keeping you playing PSO. The reason I've been playing PSO a lot is because I haven't found a game better than it. Guy, what's your reason?
Similar. I mean... Oh, I just got double hit. That could have been bad. Let's not do that. But yeah, there's not a lot of action RPGs that like just keep a similar kind of pacing to this game. Every action RPG that comes out these days tries to be like, everyone's like really flashy and jumping around the screens and spamming numbers on the screen, and PSO's a lot more relaxed than that.
That's a good way to put it.
Oh.
I'm along similar lines. Other RPGs like PSO 2, I played that. I did enjoy it for the most part, but like it wasn't nearly as fun as this game. It was way too flashy. There were too many numbers on screen. You were playing with like up to 12 other people, and you couldn't see your own numbers. You couldn't see how much damage you were doing, so it's just like impossible to see who was doing what. And that just made me feel excluded from the game. And I have a quote from a different streamer once that I watched once. What the heck was the quote? I have it written down because I thought it was a fantastic quote. If I can find it. If you're hitting a game about hitting stuff and hitting stuff doesn't feel fun, the game is failing. That's how PSO 2 felt to me.
Yeah, in PSO, every action you take is very deliberate, pretty much.
Yeah.
But like PSO 2, like you press one button, you can like hit a lot.
Yeah.
So like PSO New Genesis, like we'll wait and see. But even if it's supposed to be different from PSO 2, I'm not gonna hold my breath on it being like PSO 1.
Oh, they're never gonna make another game like PSO 1. This is exclusive to its series, honestly, and to its genre.
I mean, they did kind of make games that felt like PS0 and Phantasy Star Portable, Infinity 2 or whatever seemed like they had the right kind of feel.
True. I mean, I have been playing PSU non-stop for the past month now, so... And I'm still going to continue playing PSU, just because I am enjoying it greatly. I needed a break from PSO just a little bit. PS0 PS0 has the same pacing. The problem with PS0 that I ran into initially when I began playing is they have a dodge mechanic, and that takes up one of your action palettes.
Yeah, that's a problem with just a problem with the control scheme there and not using the touchscreen, etc. So that game has lots of problems.
Yeah, but the other thing is like you have to use the dodge, even though the dodge isn't good. It's kind of mandatory to use to actually dodge things.
But it's not something you can just spam though, so I don't mind it because of that. Like games where it's like you have to dodge all the time, like those are annoying. But
fair enough. I never thought of it that way. That's fair.
Although I suppose you could say like most bosses you do need to use it, so like you could take it or leave it.
PSU backward compatible with Xbox One? I have no idea. But if anyone wants to play PSU, I did mention this briefly before. There is currently an online-only private server for PSU that opened up a couple months ago, which is what I've been playing on. Because I never actually got the online experience with PSU when the game first came out. I never stuck around with it because I got bored of the game quickly online because there wasn't any content, and I went back to PSO. So if anyone's interested in that private server, feel free to look it up. Oh, but yeah, of course you can also... Oof. Those darn gunners always darting around everywhere. Fun fact about the gunners, if you're looking for a dark gunner drop and you kill the death gunner can't drop that drop. For some reason.
Doesn't exist in the drop table.
I just think it's weird that they programmed it like that. Yeah, the death gunner is a different enemy, but like, it's still like a dark gunner. I don't know.
I accidentally double tapped a dye fluid earlier, so I wasted a little bit of TP, but I think I'm still fine. I mean, I've got tri-fluids. They're there for insurance.
Dude, you're at a very nice amount of TP right now.
Yeah, when I ran this initially, I didn't like bother getting tri-fluids at all, and then you risk like having to telepipe early here, and that's just awkward.
I think when I started doing Ones with the Force, I bought the tri-fluids and then I just didn't use them. And then Verlix convinced me that it was a bad idea to get them. I don't know why I listened to that initially. I got out of that at some point, but...
This is what I've been waiting for, that 227 mental strength to perfectly do
Oh,
150 damage. Now I just have to remember to pull out the wand when there's claws in the screen, which can be a little slow. But I don't want to equip it all the time because it slows down all my techniques.
If you can make it one shot, then it's definitely worth it. Justin, that's a pretty fair assessment of PSU. Here's the thing about PSU though, like, Phantasy Star Online Blue Burst, the PC exclusive, was used as a way for the developers of the Sonic team to program or get the feel for programming for PSU. They wanted to make PSU online exclusive, which obviously it's not. They made a bit of an offline story. I don't know why they did. I never looked into it that deeply. But yeah, they programmed online, and when they were developing the game, they wanted to make it a little bit more action-packed and a little more player-friendly, noob-friendly. I'm not sure what the right term would be for that, or if that's what I'm trying to say. But I think they did a good job. Honestly, the game isn't horrible. It does feel fun, but yeah, some things just don't feel like they hit right. It definitely does feel like PSO at some points, though. Just with the movement, there's no like flashy dashing or dodging. Yeah, the attacks are fancy and you can use them as movement attacks like PSO2, but you don't need to. Which is nice. Yes, thanks for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed the run that you saw so far.
Yep, have a good rest of your birthday. Alright, drop no money. Don't have any escape dolls. Be good.
I always question why you drop the money there and not just drop it with the telepipe.
I mean, I walked through there anyway. Oh. Way to heal, Ash. I wasn't even low. I don't think he was either.
That is a very weird rest. I've never seen Ash heal that early. Yes, this should be on original hardware, right? You're running this on a GameCube?
I'm running this on a Wii.
With a GameCube disc, at least?
Yep.
So technically original hardware. Backwards compatibility is original. Oh yeah, Dustin. I imagine that didn't make it very fun for you. I wouldn't have had fun if I had started the game and people carried me instantly. That's why I refused anyone who asked if I wanted to get carried. But in your case, when you joined us with me and Vaughn, we just kind of forced it on into you, so I apologize for that. I have lower level characters I can play with you next time if you want to continue playing that. It would be just much more fun if someone's not just completely destroying and one-shotting everything.
Almost died there. Sure. Would have been pretty bad. I was like surrounded there. I considered healing and foregoing the death warp. But made it out. And Ash did his part, and he didn't rest me. So it worked out.
Cool. Yeah, that Bellow Fist came in clutch and hit the guy out of your range, or out of the way slightly. Wow, that worked out so beautifully. That was such a good room.
Yeah, the only mistake was taking the trap in the previous room and then not getting poisoned, but made it work. Hey, we lost Ash.
Justin, we could... Nice. We don't need no Ash. Dustin, we can always lower level, we just make a new character. Or technically we can change our class. That wouldn't lower our effective level, but it would give us a lower damage and whatnot because different class levels, whatever PSU does. Oh no! You died! Ah! Alright, I'll stop. What a tragedy, oh no.
Yeah, same idea. Hit a switch and then have a lot of backtracking to do. Faster to just go through here. But yeah, when I was dropping my money, it's when you die, you lose all of your money, and you can't even get it back like you could in V1. Over here, I hang along the wall to avoid spawning enemies until we're on the way out. Oops. Kick the air. Yeah, spawns are triggered by, like, I think it's just circular areas for the most part.
Huh.
On the floor.
I didn't know that you could hug the wall to prevent them spawning. Also, I always wondered, why don't you just turn back around and walk in the previous room with the teleporter? It'd put you really much super closer to the room you go to.
What are you talking about? This room?
Yeah, the room, the warp you take to push that last button. If you turn, after you push the button, if you turn back around and just walk back out, there's a warp behind you again to put you where you warped from, which puts you closer to the room with the gunners.
Could be.
Like, there's no way it's not faster, because you walk like twice the distance just walking back. I was going to ask when I verified your last run, and I just completely forgot to ask about that.
That would be a good way to save another, like, 10 seconds, I guess, or whatever. So, yeah, awesome.
I mean, of course we'll have to time it, or someone will. I probably won't get to it, because I'll forget again. But that's the only major thing I always wanted to ask and just kept forgetting.
Alright, time to not soft lock.
Yay, let's not soft lock. Let's not do it. Let's fail to soft lock today.
So yeah, what we were talking about is we'll get the monument data here after a little bit. Then we have to wait for machine stopped. Oops. If I telepipe in between getting monument data and machine stopped, then we'll end up frozen in Pioneer 2. It's not fun.
Yeah. And once it's safe to telepipe, we'll telepipe back. And then we can just head to the end of the mission because Ash will disappear and say, I'm gonna go look for survivors. And we never see him again.
Aw, no more triflutes in the shop. We're still level 3, a little too late. I'm just gonna buy it for the fun of it. Finally, a priest mind.
Oh, nice. Dude, Jellin 3 strats?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, Jellin is actually a really good technique in this game, but only at high levels.
Very. What are you talking about, Dustin? He just helped carry us to the end of that mission. He took care of 4 Dominions at the same time. Okay, 2 Dominions, a Law Dominion, and a Soul Dominion. At the same time.
Yeah. Ash is top tier. Oh, don't mind me just going to the wrong place at the wrong time.
Missed inputs. They're so good. It would have been a kick in the nuts if you had loaded that in. It was the fast map.
This map, I think, is okay.
Dustin, he got pounded by a couple of wolves because he was a fresh hunter at level 1. He was no longer level 1 in the ruins. He had a freaking stag cutlery, man. At level 20? When Humars can't normally equip that? Yeah, I think he's pretty beastly. Yeah, well, Kirik's a trained assassin with a soul eater and too much damage. You can't just beat Kirik with a fancy weapon. You have to cheese him, freeze him. And unfortunately, Ash doesn't know Roberta.
Hello?
Hello. Did I get disconnected?
No, I was just saying hello to the claws that weren't letting me fight.
Oh, I just noticed that chat has welcomed me to the chat room again, so I was very curious as to why.
Oh, I didn't get that.
It's saying that.
But I do see Dustin's text from a minute ago, so I think I'm fine.
Twitch, how come you could forsake me like that?
Should have used giveaway.
Chat ban more words again? Oh no, I haven't heard about this. I don't keep up with that.
Yeah. Fail.
So slurs are still allowed, but saying that in an insulting way is bad. Huh. Well then I guess I'm an insult.
Wait. Can't go that way. I was misremembering the rule of thumb.
You sure you weren't just trying to go find the lore of the game with Rico's things?
What?
You walked right past one of Rico's little dialogue box things on the floor.
Who's Rico?
I don't know. We haven't found her yet, that's all I know.
Didn't talk to the principal too many times.
He doesn't tell you anything about Rico anyways. It's his blarg. Forget the words.
Well, he'll shout her name, but yeah, that's about it.
Rico! No, I didn't say anything.
Not gonna jump, okay. Kick.
Alright, I just want to say this, guys. I don't think here, right here, right now is the time to talk about this. This is interesting. Let's get back to PSO, please. We're almost done. We gotta kill Falls. And then save the world. Oh, right, and don't get paid for our job, because the principal doesn't pay us for saving the world at all, ever.
He lets us go to the next VR stage.
It's just like how he hires us for a job and then he doesn't pay out. The just credits roll and it's just like, wait, where's my money? I want to get paid for the job. We did not get 300 Meseta up front is not getting paid for saving the world from a terror. What do we even call it? The profound darkness spawn Dark Falls. The real payment is the monsters killed along the way. No, I want money. That's just like the work telling me that my bonus was a block of cheese they sent in the mail. No, I'm not taking a $5 block of cheese as a bonus. Give me my money. I want my money.
Hey, a good map. The best map.
Oh, nice. Things looking up finally.
I don't think we're PBing though, we're 5 minutes behind. We don't have grants or anything like that. I don't think, well,
We don't have grants yet.
I do have Verson 3.
True. There's still hope for grants. It's not very likely, but there's still hope. I mean, after all, we did find Kikoi and Kizande. Maybe we'll find it after we beat Falls. Oh. Check the boxes right after we beat Falls, just for the memes.
Ow. No, those can only drop weapons and armor.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I swear I've seen some Meseta drops in there, though.
Nope. Not that I remember.
I must have been on Affinia just seeing Meseta drop from the boss then. Oh well. I don't check those boxes all that often. I don't remember.
What? Oh, that Tail Saber ended up all the way over there.
0.1%. I have no idea, Dustin. Well, as we discussed how drops actually work in this game, first it has to drop, the game has to roll to see if a monster drops an item, and then it has to see what type of item the monster drops. And then it has to see what item within that type needs to be dropped. And then we have to like shuffle the RNG by hitting boxes and killing enemies to make it shuffle the correct RNG to make grants drop. But yeah, most likely we're not going to see it. More likely to see anti-4 here. I think I've seen anti-5 in normal mode, which is really high anti-drop for some reason.
Oh. Okay. First of all, this guy never took damage.
Secret mission with the red sword. Are you talking about the Soul Eater? Because that's a sub-quest. It's not counted towards the missions. And even if you guys wanted us to do it, that would be another... all the missions done, how long would that take? You'd have to do, Actually, no, you can't physically do it anymore because you skipped the dialogue with Sue and you already finished the mission, so it's impossible to finish that side quest. So we'd have to start a new game, and then we'd have to do all the missions again, and then we'd have to do the subquest properly, which could take up to 3 to 4 hours. I don't think that's going to be allowed once we beat this run. Unfortunately.
Wait, why did those other Dillsabers respond so slowly? What the heck? I don't think that's what they normally do.
I believe that would be the case of with Dillsaber early walking. That's my best guess.
Maybe.
Re-talking to Sue does not work, Dustin. Because of what we did, we telepiped outside of, or before we even talked to Sue, before we told her name, and we finished the mission, so we have the trigger set to nothing. And we can't just go back in and re-talk to her to make it trigger. The side quest, starting the side quest is a little finicky, because you only get to do it once per difficulty per character. So if you do that, it just doesn't work. I mean, we could. It might be fun to submit an all missions plus Soul Eater side quest, or put it in as like some sort of incentive for some reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've done that before once. It's a little longer, but not that bad.
Yeah, and fighting Kirik's fun. You get to see Kirik, you get to cry and scream as Kirik's chasing you with a giant scythe. And if he hits you wrong, you die instantly.
I'm not playing that well.
Moving on to the trifluids already, huh?
Yep. Saw at least one Difluid drop, which was nice. Oh, this is the one that... Never mind.
Dustin, no, that's not how Kirik works. You know NPC fights, the NPCs have iframes for like 20 seconds after you hit them once, right? So he'd just be chasing you down.
Yeah, you have to like kite him in a certain way. That's why we equip soul atomizers on the pallet, so that we can just power through those traps, even though they can't really be avoided unless you take the long way around.
I mean, if you walk dead center in the middle of the thing, you can avoid those traps. I suppose if you walk straight up...
Some of them you can't, but yeah, I don't remember if that one is. This is not the best map ever.
No, it's this map. Hey, this map looks familiar. I wonder where it's from. You were just here with Ash.
Yep.
That's what I'm going for.
Rest of level 7.
For anyone that
Of all the technique discs to get a level 7, it had to be this one.
Oh, well, you bought the rest of 3, so it was only an omen.
I guess. Oh, nice block. Those evade materials coming in handy. Battle of a dance party. I've got 5 Trifluids left. Should be enough to get me... Like, I'm not gonna have to stock up twice. I'll probably have to stock up...
Enough,
I should be able to stock up before the end. I'll have to stock up before the end, but it won't be that bad.
Jellin D-Band's low level 7 and just as useless. What about Shifta? Are you saying Shifta would have been good there? Yeah, I could see that Shifta being good on a horse during this run.
I think a Bell Crit can still kill me with the cannon, I'm not sure, so I'm just being a little careful with where I stand.
That's fair. Yeah, I have no idea. I've never taken damage under these circumstances. I don't know the exact calculation. Calculations.
Too close. Yep, nice early walk. We're about halfway through. Why am I letting myself get hit by that? It's a good way to die. It's fine, but yeah, those are definitely freeze traps, so I shouldn't have been walking into them.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you'd gotten frozen, you got really lucky not getting hit frozen by that.
It's not like it's... I think it's under 50%, but it's enough that you remember.
Oh, when it happens 4 times in a row, then yeah, you definitely remember for sure.
Hey, Ladybird, that's alright. There's always VODs.
There's always VODs and there will always be more runs. Unless this is the last run ever. In which case, whoops.
I'm not retiring from this category just yet. If I get a sub 5, that might be one. Yeah, freeze takes away your iframes, so it's very dangerous.
This just wanted players to not have a good time when frozen.
Of course the sorcerer spawns all the way over there. I was trying to be clever.
Yeah, it almost worked. He was kind of close if you had a higher level Kifoi. I think what would be like a level 5 Kifoi for that range. Not really possible in the situation given current circumstances.
Oh wow, actually got that guy to charge, which is fine. I've got to hit these switches anyway to unlock this room. So funny thing about bringers is you stand underneath their shield, they can't hit you.
It's only true for Chaos Bringers. Once you get to the Dark Bringers and Ultimate, that goes out the window. For some reason, their hitbox for their swing is just all the way around the front of their body.
Another HP material.
Nice, we're over 150. Way more health than we actually need, but it's comforting.
I'm gonna go ahead and use that tray fluid now, because the only thing that's left is 3 Belros. Oops.
Yeah, and the last room of the run, excluding the boss room. And it's guaranteed that one of these Belros is going to drop grants, right?
If only.
If only.
I need to pipe before it falls, so yeah. It's nice I didn't have to pipe any sooner. It doesn't actually make that much difference. As long as you only pipe once.
You got like 3 tri-fluids left?
No, that was my last one. But I don't need any tri-fluids for falls.
Yeah, if you had 3 tri-fluids, I'd like, just go for it. That would have been more than enough.
Not with a low level, like not with the techniques I have. I would think I would burn out.
I would have chanced it, and I probably would have regretted it. What does grants help with? It's just a little helpful against the boss. That's really it. And technically it also works against Belros a little bit, but you take care of them with Zombie, so it's not really necessary. And how much does it help? Oh, it's been such a long time since I had grants in a run against Falls. Have you had one recently?
Yes. Well, not recently, but I remember it. Like, it can save 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, it does a lot of damage against Falls, and it has a lot more range than the spells that you end up using against Falls without it. Like, the Phase 1 Falls is weak to lightning spells, and the Phase 2... Phase 1, lightning, Phase 2 is ice. So, and it's just neutral against light, I guess. It has a bit of resistance, but not too much. But the big thing about grants is it just has massive range, so you don't need to chase it down nearly as hard.
Didn't end up getting anything particularly cool in terms of techniques. But we've got...
I mean, you got 5 Zonde 2s and a Zonde 4.
Yeah, I got a lot of repeats.
That was a lot of techniques, though. Why all Zonde 2s? And then you got a Gifoi and a Gizonde drop after you bought them, kind of. Well, you got the Gizonde before you bought it, but...
So yeah, first form, weak to lightning, we can spam Razonda, and then it also takes care of these Darvins pretty well. That's the only thing that can like really kill you if you're not careful, getting frozen.
You can also... True, but you can also use them if you don't get frozen. You can use them to... If you run into a Darvin right before a spell or the other attack hits, you can use the small iframes they give you to avoid the damage altogether. Kind of precise timing and very risky.
If
you're not used to doing it.
I had to give away before Daylight, but I didn't have it before addicting food. So right now we're 5 minutes behind PP, which I think is mostly due to maps. It's hard to say.
Yeah, you got a lot of bad map, bad forest, bad caves. You got good -1, and then your -2 is kind of bleh. If I remember correctly. Wait, yeah, no, you got the worst ruins, or -2.
I got the best ruins too, at least, but yeah. Otherwise, my cave, I had the best cave 3, but everything else up to that point was pretty garbage.
Yeah. So not the worst luck on maps, but definitely could have been way better.
Didn't have particularly good technique luck, but overall we'll finish under 520, which is nice. Nope, almost had a chance to use Gibarda, but I flubbed it.
That Gibarda would save the run. Oh well.
So this attack is really deadly in any percent, but we just have enough HP here that it doesn't matter. Gibarda. Got him.
Gibarda made the difference. He saved the world. Yeah, Dustin, the fact that the V1 Zonde, it's probably because when you hit with Zonde, it's targeting the center of the body at the top, and that's probably where the damage number is going. And you can't turn the camera up, so you can't see it. That's my guess. I don't know for sure. I think something similar happens here, where if you hit the Zonde, it just goes to the center of the body rather than one of the heads.
Almost gave her to finish.
I mean, technically, the way that was, oh, yeah.
Alright, time is when I go in the
to
teleporter. I got 5:17:01 on my side, but there was the reset, so I think the real time counter's a little bit higher.
Right. Anyway, as I was trying to say, the DP, the laser attack, there is technically a consistent way. Was found-ish. I'll let you look that up.
Yeah, it involves moving at a precise time, but the beams are kind of funny.
And our timer is still going.
That's okay.
But yeah, we did it. That was Phantasy Star Online, Episode 1, all the missions.
But yeah, anything under 520 is pretty good. Like, we got all the techniques, and it didn't take too long, so... Like, execution is a big part of this. Oh, the overlay. I never got to see slots. Oh well. That's a minor thing.
I was going to mention that, but I didn't think it was that important, so...
Point is, we had 4 slots, so that's the only thing you missed.
Yeah. We had 4 slots and only 3 things to fill those slots. But yes, we done. That was the end. We mentioned when the time ended. I don't think it was mentioned or heard.
I did get a second priest mind. I don't even know if I put that in, but I'm going to count it as I did. Okay, good. So I think that means we had a total of plus 36. If you get like an angel mind from an RRLAT4, you can get into the 40s or higher.
And that would have been great.
Yeah, because like I said, it was all about getting that 227 for one-shotting claws and bees and those kinds of things. Yeah, thanks for the GGs, everyone. And yes, the run is over, so I guess I'll just say I run Phantasy Star Online speedruns regularly, and Carl has been known to play that game too. So
yeah, I play a lot of fantasy-related things. Currently running through Phantasy Star Universe, casually.
Check us out. I also do other things, but otherwise I do this category, and I pretty much do on any of the categories that are this long, or maybe shorter, or maybe longer. But this is a good one for that. That's long. Yeah, I've got nothing else to say other than thanks to Really Longathon for hosting, and look forward to the rest of the runs.
Yeah, great marathon.
Alright, well, if we need to fill time, we can do that. But, yeah.
What's going on, everybody? So, we're playing Suikoden 4. What are we gonna name ourselves? We'll do the return of our boy, Stretch, but this time I'll hopefully spell it right. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Alright. Thanks for the good luck. Alright. As soon as I hit the start button, it's gonna go straight into the game. And that's gonna... I'll count us down for it. So it's gonna start in 3, 2, 1. So this is Suikoden 4. Known as the worst Suikoden game. In this one, we get to watch all the cutscene, which is what makes this run pretty long. And yeah, not really much to this game. It's just in this specific category, we will be collecting all the characters. For those of you who don't know, Suikoden has
Get the captain.
108 characters. Not all of them are recruitable.
They're here.
I mean, sorry, not all of them are meant or like missable.
Are you ready? Don't
I think
worry,
you get like
it'll be all right.
about
We'll
maybe
see.
60% are missable.
I'm gonna take command. Is everyone ready? Let's go.
So this is the tutorial. The cool thing about this tutorial is that we don't have to win anything. So my audio's delayed. I don't know how to fix that, I'll be honest.
We're in trouble. They're starting to board us. Oh, they're here.